Live from the Mitchell Athletic Complex in Uniondale, New York, CSI Sportsnet welcomes you in to East Coast Conference baseball coverage, streaming exclusively on Flow College. In their final doubleheader of the 2026 season, the College of Staten Island Dolphins take on the Lions of Molloy University. Good morning, everybody. My name is Joe Foreman, joined on the call by Nicholas Pavona, and this is the McDonald's pregame show. McDonald's is our scoreboard sponsor here at the College of Staten Island, and they bring you our pregame coverage ahead of every CSI Dolphins home game. And Nick, the Dolphins were officially eliminated from playoff contention yesterday, but they still have 3 games remaining on the 2026 schedule against the Molloy Lions team that is headed back to the conference playoffs. For the CSI seniors, this weekend will mark the end of their collegiate careers, and for the CSI team, they will have 3 more opportunities to knock off a Molloy team that has only lost 3 games all year in conference play. What do these final games of the season mean to this year's Dolphins team, and how can they pull off an upset in either of these 2 games here today?
Well, it means the world to these kids, Joe. You know, you're trying to finish out your collegiate careers by getting some victories to end your season. We saw yesterday they had a great chance to win against this Lions team, but lost in extra innings. I think when it comes down to it, the things that I like to say, the keys to the game for this team might be, I think on one side, you'd love to see some good pitching out of your 2 stars here today, obviously being the doubleheader. And we know this team can hit. They've been hitting all season long. You and I have been on the broadcast for a lot of their highest scoring games on the entirety of the season. Last time we were here, we had 2 very high scoring games. Are we in store for that again here today? Time's only going to tell, but we'll find out in just a few short moments.
And this particular series doesn't carry with it any weight in terms of the ECC standings. Molloy is locked into the top spot in the conference, and CSI has been eliminated from playoff contention. We will talk more about that following the introduction of starting lineups and the playing of the national anthem.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Mitchell Field Athletic any use or consumption of alcohol.
Joe Foreman and Nicholas Pavona back with you as we have the sportsmanship statement being read to our left. But Nick, before we headed into the introduction of starters, we talked about how this series doesn't carry with it any weight in terms of conference playoffs. The Lions have clinched the top spot. Dolphins eliminated from playoff contention. Queens and Deauville are still battling for the final spot in the conference playoffs, and the Saints will face a stacked Spartans team while the Knights take on the Mercy Mavericks. Both of those matchups carry with them major playoff implications. What are the possibilities as we close out the baseball regular season this weekend?
Well, it goes without saying for Queens, Joe, they have to sweep their matchup with Mercy this weekend. They're 3 games back for that last spot. They need to sweep this weekend in their matchup with the Mavericks. They have the tiebreaker over the Saints at the end of the day, so they have a chance to finish in a tie with them at the end of the regular season. But they also need Deauville to lose all 3 matchups to the Spartans this weekend as well. So they need to win out. The Saints need to lose out for the Queens to get that last spot in the ECC standings. And keep in mind also, that number 2 seed is also still not technically locked up right now. Mercy right now up 3 on Deauville. They're up right now currently 2 games up on Stack. So they still are looking to clinch stuff this weekend. And it goes without saying, Stack also looking to move up from the 3 seed either to the 2 seed or try to prevent themselves from going down to the 4 seed.
And with that, we will get you the starting lineups for both teams. Nick and I had a bit more to cover during our pregame, but traffic didn't exactly cooperate with us, Nick. We got here a little bit later than we had hoped. However, still in with plenty of time ahead of first pitch. We'll get you the starting lineup for both teams, beginning in the field for the College of Staten Island. On the mound, Mikey first in the field for the Dolphins, first to third. Jason Romance, Michael Flashner, Brandon Bardick, and Vincent Weigel. Left to right in the outfield, Jaden Waterman, Jamel Vera, and Jack Kehoe. Behind the plate, Ryan Ortega. And leading off for the Lions is Mike Sweeney. He gets the start at shortstop.
Not going to do it this time.
Smart man. That pitch taken outside, ball 1. And for those who did not tune in, the first time Nick and I were here, Nick remarked during game 1 of a doubleheader that Mike Sweeney shares a name with a former Royal. I then brought up the same point in game 2 as if the conversation had never happened. Called strike on Sweeney, 1-1. We'll work our way down the Lions lineup shortly, as the 1-1's fouled back, 1-2. Behind Sweeney is the third baseman, Brian Sanchez. In the number 3 spot is the first baseman, Sean Welsh. In the cleanup spot is the right fielder, Steve Mulqueen. The 1-2 pitch, up and in, ball 2. Charlie Emhoff bats 5th. Jack Coogan will bat 6th. Jack Valerio 7th as that pitch hits Sweeney in the ribs. Leadoff base runner for the Lions here in the road first inning. We are playing in Uniondale. However, the Dolphins are the home team.
Third baseman, number 21, Brian Sanchez.
Another point that we did bring up last time we were here. When Joe speaks, our mouths go shut. Joe's going to have to do hand up. When my hand goes up, your mouth goes shut.
I figured you were going to do that saying.
You know me too well. Chopper foul off the bat of Brian Sanchez, 0-1. To round out the Lions' batting order, Anthony Marcillo will bat 8th, and he does the catching. Batting 9th, Joe Barisi. He gets the start in center field.
Dangerous runner also at first base, and Sweeney. He's 20 of 23 on the year in stolen base attempts.
And the Dolphins are well aware of his stolen base prowess. They check on him right away.
I'll quickly give you the numbers on Mikey first as well while we have a chance. 2-5 on the year, has a 6.17 ERA. In 12 appearances, he has 9 starts, 1 save. As again throws to first, and they got him.
Yeah, they certainly got him. We'll get a look at it on the wide shot. If replay was enabled, I knew Nick could be counted on. He enabled replay. And we'll get a look quickly at that play over at first base. It looked like they had him in real time, Nick, and they caught him leaning.
Yeah, leaning just a little bit too much on that one, and that's a big out right there for the Dolphins early in this game.
Leadoff base runner erased as that pitch misses for a ball.
The rest of first is numbers 42 in the third innings pitch, 51 hits, 39 runs, 29 earned, 23 walks, 31 strikeouts.
That's hit hard on the ground. Diving stop. Bartek gets short. He comes up throwing, stretch, and off the bag was Romance. It looked like they had him, but Romance couldn't keep his foot on the bag.
Sean Welsh.
Yeah, we'll get a look at it right here. A really good stop up the middle by Bartek, but you mentioned it. Having to stretch out for that one was Romance, and you could see it. The foot does come off the base for just a split second, and that split second is good enough to get him over to first base.
Sanchez replaces Sweeney over at first, and again the Dolphins will check on the runner. Sean Welsh at the plate. Had a nice day the last time we covered these two teams here in Uniondale.
Having a really strong year, hitting .400 with 10 home runs and 43 RBIs coming into today.
He takes out of the zone there, 1-0. And when you hear a batting average where the first digit is a 4, to me it raises the question, at what point in D2 baseball, playing in the ECC, as that pickoff attempt gets away down the right field line, this might be 2 bases, and it will be. Sanchez into third base standing after the errant pickoff. But the question I was going to ask you, Nick, is at what point does a batting average cross from a very good season into an elite season, do you think?
I would say anywhere around, especially this late into the season, I think you look at maybe a 0.35 batting average. So you look at 3 of the hitters in this lineup, Sanchez hitting .359, Mulqueen hitting .366, Welsh hitting .400 exactly. I think that's where you look at it, because especially we're now into May, it's really remarkable what they've done all year.
This team has been so consistent. I think their win streak reached 21 or 22 games before they lost.
I would have to check.
I think their long was 21 or 22 games. Two 2-0 the count on Welsh. That's grounded to third, and Weigel may have just gotten a piece, but it gets into left field and brings home the game's first run. It's an RBI single for Sean Welsh, and Molloy goes on top 1-0.
Well, already important that
number 26, Steve Mulqueen.
I already forgot that rule, but it's really important that they got that first out, Joe, because it could already potentially be a 2-0 lead if, we saw the errant pickoff attempt earlier in the sitting, and already the Lions attack for the first round of this game.
And our inclination not to speak when Joe does is not for the broadcast. Joe actually isn't too overpowering. It's the fact that everybody outside can hear us. That's the problem. We are very tight here in the press box. We have 5 in here. At times we'll have 6, as they'll check on Welsh over at first. Dolphins fortunate to have gotten that pickoff earlier. This could be a 2-run game. That one fouled off.
23, Joe.
23.
I had to do some mental math.
That's okay. You got there eventually. Steph knew.
So I did all that for nothing.
Why don't we give her a headset?
I didn't hear Steph.
Everyone thinks they can do our job, Nick. Everyone thinks they can do it.
I didn't hear her, to be fair.
That one's chopped foul. It stays 0-2.
She said the number, and I probably just zoned in trying to count the actual number.
Steph's a student of the game.
But remarkable. They've won now, 25 of their last 26 games.
Where's that music coming from?
Church.
Oh.
Usually the church bells are at 12, but they're a little later at the moment, 12:10.
Okay. The count 0-2 on Steve Mulqueen. And he swings and misses for strike 3. That's the first strikeout of the game for Mikey first, and there are 2 away in the top half of the first inning.
The left fielder, number 5, Charlie Emhoff.
And how big of a strikeout was that, Joe, to get him out? Because we mentioned the numbers already for him on the season, but to get a punch out right there now, You're 1 out away from at least giving up just the 1 run here in this first inning.
A chance here to make that run stay unearned. For now, it is unearned with the errant pickoff, but if first can get Emhoff out, then that run will stay unearned.
Emhoff on the year hitting .328, 5 home runs, 35 RBIs. There goes the runner.
Throw down to second. Gets away, and Bartik backs up nicely.
Had a very nice view of that from the pitcher-batter camera.
That's what I like to hear. That stolen base is number 77 against the Dolphins this year. In 97 tries, the Dolphins have stolen 45 bases on 66 tries.
And for Emhoff, he's now 10 of 12 on this season.
And that's it toward the gap in left center field. That's down for a hit. That will bring home the second run of the game. In to score is Welsh, and on with a 2-out RBI single is Charlie Emhoff. It's 2-0 Lions.
The designated hitter, number 8, Jack Coogan.
Yeah, I should correct myself already. Welsh, that was his 14 stolen base out of 15. Emhoff, who was at first such a chance to be 10 of 12 on the year in stolen base attempts. But it goes to show you getting that extra base pays dividends to a lot of players as the Lions get the stolen base and they get the second run.
Well, the runs now become earned. And the Dolphins this year, I was checking in on it during that last at bat. They've allowed 44 unearned runs. As they'll check on Emhoff over at first base. This looks a lot like the start to Game 1 last time we were here, Nick.
We saw how that one went.
A lot of runs in that game. As that's it out to right center, it's going to be a long run for Vera, and that will fall between Vera and Kehoe on the warning track. In to score Emhoff, and into second base standing with an RBI double is Coogan.
Yeah, Coogan gave that one a nice ride into the opposite field gap. Just waiting to see if Joe's going to make his introduction right there. I'll give it to him right now.
The second baseman, number 3, Jack Valerio.
And you saw the run that both Kehoe and Vera had to make out in right center, but they just had no play on it. When my played maybe a little bit of a factor into it at the very tail end, but 3 runs here in this first inning now from Molloy.
It is a long run scoring double for Jack Coogan to make it 3-0. And Nick, that was the score through a half inning last time we were here.
Just looking at that.
Dolphins didn't strike for any runs until the 5th inning of that game. But by then, they were already in a double-digit hole. Grounded to short. Bartik takes his time. Throw to first. Just in ahead of Valerio. And that will do it for the Lions in the top half of the first inning. 3 runs home in the inning on 4 base hits, 1 Dolphin error. And we head to the bottom half of inning number 1. Molloy leads Staten Island 3-0. Jamel Vera leads off for the Dolphins in the bottom half of the first inning. They will face Sean Milletti, left-hander for Molloy. Takes the bump here in game one, an arm the Dolphins did see last time we visited in mid-March, as that's bunted by Vera. They have no chance to get him. It is a perfect bunt by the Dolphins center fielder to get on with a leadoff single.
That is a well-executed bunt by Vera right there. Over towards first base.
The right fielder, number 38, Jack Kehoe.
And, you know, you mentioned Milletti getting the start here today for the Lions. He came in relief at that aforementioned game we mentioned earlier on, as we get a second look at Vera's bunt single. But in that game, he pitched 3 innings, allowed 9 hits, 6 runs, 1 walk, and 5 strikeouts. I'll give you the full numbers for him on the season in just a moment.
The full Dolphin lineup he will face is as follows. Vera leading off, followed by Kehoe, Romance, Waterman, J.J. Hunter is the designated hitter. Michael Flashner, Ryan Ortega, Vincent Weigel, Brandon Bardick, 1 through 9 for Staten Island.
For Milletti on the season, this will be his 11th appearance, his 7th start. He's 3-3 on the year with a 6.25 ERA, 36 innings, 38 hits, 26 runs, 25 of those earned, 16 walks, 25 strikeouts.
And very quickly, Jack Kehoe is ahead 3-0. Dolphins 1 pitch away from bringing the tying run to the plate.
And it'd be the guy that you want up at the plate being representing the tying run.
3-0. Not close. Ball 4. Vera down to second. Kehoe on with a walk. And Jason Romance comes to bat.
The first baseman, number 44, Jason Romance.
Romance hitting his team-leading 7th home run yesterday. A towering shot into left field. And boy, would he love to do that once again.
It's been a good first year as a Dolphin for Romance. And he takes up an in ball 1. You mentioned his team lead in home runs. That long ball was his 7th. That pitch low and in, 2-0.
Milletti now has missed with the last 6 pitches he's thrown.
A look towards second. The 2-0 is inside for ball 3.
Make it now 7 in a row. Danger of walking the last 2 batters on just 4 straight pitches in each at bat.
You get the sense that Romance would have really liked to swing the bat here. And he takes a strike. If he didn't have the green light on 3-0, I think he has it on 3-1.
Be curious if Milletti goes to the outside corner once again. Don't want to throw anything on the inside, because Romance could turn on it.
And that is hit high in the air, just beyond the infield. And making the catch in shallow center was the second baseman, Valerio. That's a big out for Sean Milletti.
Number 1, Jaden Waterman.
And the Lions.
I was waiting to make my point until the announcement was made.
Yeah.
But yes, a huge out right there. It looks like he did go to the outside corner once again.
Did.
And that's really the game plan you have to do sometimes when you're facing a hitter like Romance.
Chopper on the ground to short. The only play is to second. And wisely, Valerio does not make a throw over to first. It's a fielder's choice ground out off the bat of Jaden Waterman. They force out Kehoe, and there are 2 away.
The designated hitter, number 19, J.J. Hunter.
Big spot here for Hunter now with 2 gone. Still has a chance with 1 swing to tie the game.
Last time we saw J.J. Hunter here on Sportsnet, he had a home run to one of the deepest parts of the ballpark in Dobbs Ferry against Mercy. That was part of a doubleheader sweep for the Dolphins. Hunter ahead 1-0 here. The 1-0. Chopper down the line, backhanded at third. It's going to take a strong throw, and it gets away. A run is in to score, and over to third goes Waterman. That will go down as an RBI single down the line for J.J. Hunter, and the Dolphins are on the board. It's 3-1.
The second baseman, number 3, Michael Fleshner.
Now, Joe, while we have a break, how many of the replays did you need from Dobbs Ferry?
None.
Okay, so I can get rid of them.
Yes, you can.
Okay. Good.
Just hit clear all replays. It's fine.
All right.
Yeah, I made the highlights from that doubleheader off the game film.
Got it.
Michael Flashner at the plate pops up a bunt.
A bunt with 2 outs.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
The first bunt by Vera was a great one, and I think Flashner probably saw something similar. But that will end the inning very quickly. The Dolphins settle for 1 run on 2 base hits, and we head to the second. Molloy leading 3-1. Anthony Marcillo will lead off for Molloy in the top half of the second inning. 3 runs home for the Lions in the first. The Dolphins respond with 1. In the bottom half, perhaps they had a chance for more. But Michael Flashner attempting a bunt with 2 outs and runners on the corners popped out just in front of the plate to end the threat.
I feel like that's almost an unwritten rule of baseball to bunt with 2 outs, but sometimes
Well, not
you
to
see
bunt
that.
with 2 outs, you're saying.
Yeah, right.
I would have to think that the Dolphins saw something, and with the lefty on the mound, it's a bit harder to field a bunt between first and second base. That's part of the equation, I think.
Now, I don't remember how the third baseman was aligned in that play because the Dolphins did have a runner on third. Did they maybe try to bunt it that way?
There's a chopper to short, and Bardick throws out Marcillo.
The center fielder, number 10, Joe Barisi.
Nick, if he's bunting for a hit, I think you have to bunt it between the mound and first base. There's no question about it. Because the left-handed pitcher is going to have a really tough time fielding that ball and flipping to first.
I wasn't certain. Maybe he was trying to get it down the third base line with the third baseman maybe covering the bag, but even then.
I don't think I would try that with a runner on third who's coming home.
Right.
Because that gives you a chance for a play at the plate. But I would guess that the Dolphins, against the left-handed pitcher, felt that it could exploit the area between the mound and first base. That would be my guess. That one gets by to the backstop. The count 1 ball and 1 strike. on Joe Barresi.
And it's tough to do that also with a hitter that's hitting just a little bit under 330 on the season. Also, you would like to see him maybe get a swing on that, but it was the first pitch of the at-bat and it immediately went up in the air.
Well, the last time I saw Flashner, as Bardick will get another chance here, and the throw retires Barresi 2 away, but last time I saw Flashner, he had 2 RBI hits.
The shortstop, number 6, Mike Sweeney.
You always get a pretty good sense of who's hot and who's not, for lack of a better term, when you put together those highlight packages. When you hear the same name over and over again coming through with RBI hits, it helps you visualize that very well, as Bardick is going to have 3 assists over at short.
Very active inning for him.
Very busy inning for the Dolphins shortstop, and that will do it for Molloy in the second. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Mikey first. Dolphins come to bat, trailing 3-1. Ryan Ortega will lead off for the Dolphins. In the bottom half of the second inning, Molloy leads 3-1. First pitch of the home second, in for a strike, 0-1 on the Dolphins catcher.
I was looking around, Joe, and the rest of the ECC Conference matchups I mentioned earlier. Queens has to sweep Mercy, stay alive. They are down 4-1 the second inning.
There's a pop-up just beyond the infield. It took a long time to come down, but they're waiting with Sweeney.
The third baseman, number 9, Vincent Weigel.
I'll bring up Weigel now with 1 gone here in the home second.
First pitching at the knees for a strike, 0-1. And Weigel fouls that one away, 0-2. Weigel's been one of the top run producers on this Dolphins team. 26 runs batted in for him.
It's 4th best on the team.
Count now 1-2. He's done it on just 31 hits. And when you look at players with similar RBI totals, their hit totals far surpass that.
Yeah, I think he just added another one right there.
Weigel now with his 32nd hit of the year.
And you would love one more hit.
The shortstop,
Perhaps.
0, Brandon Bardick.
And speaking of players who have produced a lot of runs on a lower base hit total, Jaden Waterman, 28 runs batted in on 28 hits. Does he have 2 grand slams or 3 this year? As that one's fouled away. I've certainly called 2.
I'm trying to think.
He didn't have one in any of the games we
That's-
covered in Flushing, right?
No.
He had one at Stack.
He did have one stack, yes. And then did he have one at Dallas Ferry, I think, right?
He did.
Yeah, so he had two.
Yep.
Power numbers have gone up from him this season.
5 home runs, as that's fouled away by Bardick.
I mentioned in that game against Stack, his lone home run of last season was at Stack. Not only did he have the grand slam at that game, but you mentioned the other 4 home runs he's had in the season as well.
That one sails way upstairs.
Good stop. Right there in the backstop right there by Marcelo.
If he doesn't stop that one, Weigel moves into scoring position. The 1-2 fouled off again.
Bardick has emerged as one of the Dolphins' better hitters as this season has come down to an end. He's hitting just under 300 on the year, hitting 292.
He's driven in 16 runs out of the 9 spot. 35 hits. That's taken high. Has some pop as well. 2 home runs this year. I believe both are to the opposite field.
You're correct.
You don't see that very often. I think one was in Flushing and the other was in Pomona.
I know one for sure was in Flushing.
I think the other was at Boulder Stadium. Is that the name of the facility? Something like that, right?
Something like that.
Something with rocks.
It was against Stack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I believe both were to right center field. And there's a swing and a miss by Bardick, strike 3. First strikeout for Sean Maletti.
The center fielder, number 11, Jamel Vera.
Jamel Vera to the plate now. 2 away in the inning. And he hits one high in the air, straightaway center. Waiting underneath it is Barisi, and he makes the catch to retire the side. 1 base hit for the Dolphins in the inning and 1 left. We head to the 3rd. Molloy leads Staten Island 3-1. Brian Sanchez will lead off the 3rd inning for Molloy. 2, 3, and 4 due up for the Lions against Mikey first. He's allowed 3 runs on 4 hits and struck out 1 through the first 2 innings. And Sanchez showing bunt, takes inside, ball 1.
All that coming back in the first inning. Keep in mind, had a 1-2-3 second with all the putouts going to short.
And that one is hit on a line, but well foul.
Fortunately, a long walk down the right field line to go retrieve that one.
We're so tight up here in the press box, I can't see right
Can't
field.
see.
There's a grounder to second, played on the backhand by Flashner. And his throw is in time to retire Sanchez for the first out.
The first baseman, number 15, Sean Welsh.
That will bring up Sean Welsh. Welsh had an RBI base hit his last time. And that's through the hole on the left side for a one-out hit. Second hit of the game for Welsh, and the Lions have a man on with one out.
The right fielder, number 26, Steve Mulqueen.
That will bring up Steve Mulqueen.
Welsh already came into this game hitting just at 400. Has a stolen base already. His batting average has gotten up and has a chance maybe for a second stolen base in this at bat.
And some more good news from Molloy. At least I consider it good news if you're a Lions fan. They will be hosting the East Coast Conference Baseball Championship this year. There is a rotation of 3 sites for that championship. Deauville and Molloy. Added to that rotation beginning next year, Staten Island. So you and I, Nick, may have the call of the ECC Baseball Championship next year.
Would be very honored.
Should be a good time. The question is, do we get to bring on a third crew member?
I know someone that might be wanted.
Joe is over your left shoulder pumping his fist. He hopes so.
That'd be nice. Be a privilege.
Don't tell Sam Whalen that.
There's a chopper to third, backhanded by Weigel, and he gets the out at first. Mulqueen retired. Over to second goes Welsh.
The left fielder, number 5, Charlie Emhoff.
Well, you mentioned our colleague Sam Whalen, Nick, and you know, as much as I'm sure he'd like to join us for that event, he'll be back home in California.
Yeah.
Sam, I believe, competed in his final meet yesterday. I don't know if there are any additional meets for track and field. Earned the silver medal in 2 separate events. I don't know if any achievement on the track can quite top what he's accomplished on the headset.
Yeah, it might not be.
I might be a bit biased.
Might be just a bit biased.
Just a bit.
That's the only bias we show.
He was a trailblazer. We're going to miss him. Pitch on the way, swung on and missed by Charlie Emhoff. Emhoff had an RBI hit back in the first, looking to make it a 2-for-2 start. There's a big swing and a miss, 1-2.
Also have to talk about one of our CSI softball players as well, Angie Guerrero, won gold.
There were several golds. I was scrolling through the meet last night. I believe Addie Washington had a gold in the triple jump. Am I right? You're nodding. Okay, you're nodding. I wasn't sure. I was waiting for some, voice feedback.
Yeah.
Were those the 2 golds? Or were there more?
Yes.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. I was paying attention.
Someone has to.
I wasn't there just for Sam. What do you mean by that? As that one hits Emhoff right on the front of his helmet.
I thought you were going to say right on the noggin.
Right on the dome.
Don't do it.
I'm not. Don't worry.
The designated hitter, number 8, Jack Coogan.
The sad part is I was thinking the same thing, and then you beat me to it.
We've renamed your noggin the Colossal Dome.
Sure.
I like that.
Too much knowledge. Sure.
That's it. Big brained.
Galaxy brain over here.
Some might say.
I think Joe is the one who's galaxy brain.
Why do you say that?
I mean, I thought it was quite obvious. So what am I then? If you're colossal brained and Joe is galaxy brained. Thanks to Joe, they're going to call me bird brained in the office. You weren't there for that conversation.
No, I was not.
As Jack Coogan takes outside.
We should also mention a happy belated birthday to you, too.
Thank you. The Knicks gave me a very nice gift yesterday.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
We need 4 more of those, and then 4 more where that came from. As that one's popped up, and here it comes. Don't flinch.
I mean, if someone flinched on that, it literally didn't even move. It just hit the net.
Some people, when it hits those metal bleachers, if it gets over, they jump. You know what I call those people?
Flinchers?
I can't say it on headset, sorry.
No, I did it for you.
I was going to say fired.
Oh, okay.
We call him unemployed.
Got it.
1 and 2 the count on Coogan. There's a ground ball, and it gets by the diving Weigel and into left field for a base hit. The throw comes into the plate, not nearly in time. And Jack Coogan has his second RBI hit of this game to put Molloy in front 4-1.
The second baseman, number 3, Jack Valerio.
Coogan now with 21 RBIs on the season with the 2 he has today. And with still 2 outs to go, the Lions looking for some extra runs here. Remember what happened the last time, Joe? Here in this third inning when these 2 teams met, they put up 8 runs in that game.
First pitch in for a strike, 0-1 the count on Jack Valerio. And there's a chopper to third. Weigel has it and goes the short way to second for the forced play. That will do it for Molloy in the third inning, but the Lions extend their lead back to 3. Our score, Molloy 4 and Staten Island 1. Jack Kehoe will lead off for the Dolphins in the bottom half of the third inning. And, Nick, we've come up with a name for my head.
Oh, really?
The Silverdome.
Ah. Not to be
Big Gray.
confused with the Superdome in New Orleans.
Not to be confused with any arenas. Was it Hulk Hogan who infamously called it the Silverdome?
Yes, he was still living in, what was it, 1989, WrestleMania 3, whatever that was.
So it was formerly the Silverdome.
Yes, in Detroit, it used to be called the Pontiac Silverdome.
Got it.
Until they moved now to Ford Field, which is where the Lions currently play.
1-1 the count on the Dolphin right fielder Kehoe. And he looks at a breaking ball strike 1-2.
Is it really a broadcast if you and I don't at one point mention wrestling at some capacity?
We've probably gotten through a couple without a mention. But
Probably.
the thing is, we go on more tangents during baseball and softball because there's a lot more air to fill. There's a line drive caught. Leaping was Valerio. He makes the grab on the backhand for the first out.
That's just a tough out right there for Kehoe. Couldn't have hit it any better, but right to second base.
The first baseman, number 44, Jason Romance.
You mentioned that area, you have to, fill in sometimes with commentary. I felt really bad for Mike Bree and the rest of that commentary crew last night.
Well,
because that game got out of hand so quickly. How much more of the game could you really talk about?
I didn't necessarily mind.
No, I did not mind either, obviously.
Sometimes you have to shoulder the burden of the commentator in a blowout, but if it's a Knicks blowout,
you'll take it.
I'm sure Big Mike's got it.
Big Mike? I haven't heard someone called Big Mike since Michael Pineda, and I don't want to hear that name again.
Big shout out, Big Mike Morrow, head coach of the CSI Dolphins.
Where we?
The thing is, the audience can probably hear him.
Yeah, they definitely could.
That one fouled back by Romance.
Who are you guys talking about, Big Mike?
Mike Breen.
Okay. Wait a minute.
He's looking at the stars in the sky.
I have to admit, it doesn't quite work with Richard Jefferson.
Oh God.
He was on that game, right?
Yes, he was.
Okay, well,
don't ever get me started.
We're not going to call Richard Big anything.
I think the problem with the whole series, and I know we're getting off track for a second, but the fact that we had to deal with Stan Van Gundy, then Reggie Miller, and then Richard Jefferson, it completely tuned me out. Mike Tirico and Mike Bree have to deal with those people, or just they just bring nothing to the broadcast, and they're showing their bias towards the Knicks every single time. Every single time.
The truth is, I don't watch any games on television, so I couldn't tell you.
Yeah,
I did have last night on in the background, though.
It's just so completely biased.
Romance nearly got hit in the head with that pitch, and he will draw the one-out walk.
We've already seen one player get hit in the head so far in this game. We don't want to have a second.
Jaden Waterman to the plate now.
The left fielder, number 1, Jaden Waterman.
Waterman 0 for 1 at the plate. We mentioned the RBI total for Waterman relative to the hit total. And I don't think any Dolphin has produced more runs per hit. Waterman with a big swing at that first pitch, behind 0-1.
Looking for home run number 6 with that swing.
Sure was. That's taken high, 1-1. The 1-1. Hit in the air, shallow center. Barisi coming in, makes the catch, and there are 2 away.
Yeah, you can tell Waterman wants that one back, Joe. That was a hanging breaking ball on that one, but he just missed it.
The designated hitter, number 19, J.J. Hunter.
That will bring up J.J. Hunter. Hunter 1 for 1 with an RBI base hit. He hit a slow ground ball down the line. They had a chance to get him at first with a perfect throw, but by no means a routine play. Hunter ahead 1-0 here. That last pitch, just number 41 for Sean Milletti. And he's now behind 2-0 on the Dolphins' designated hitter.
Seen a couple of bats for the Dolphins be very quick at bats. So Milletti has had a little bit of a nice pitch count so far in this game, but can the Dolphins get some 2-out rally going here?
And there's a big swing and a miss by Hunter, 2-1.
Yeah, it looked like maybe a little bit of a slider on that one that had some hang time to it. But Hunter, you could tell, definitely wanted that one back too.
2-0 breaking ball, had him out in front. 2-1. Big breaking ball there. Misses upstairs, 3-1. If Hunter walks, the Dolphins would once again bring the tying run to the plate. Michael Flashner, the on-deck batter. And there's a big swing and a miss by Hunter, 3-2.
Well, we know Romance will go on this upcoming pitch, and if Hunter can maybe get it into the gap, could potentially bring home Romance from first base.
That one fouled back now.
I'm surprised he didn't go.
He didn't run.
Yeah.
And I think his third base coach just let him know, you got to go. See if he goes here. He does. Chopper to third. Played right on that edge of the brown turf, and the throw arrives in a couple of hops from Sanchez in time to retire Hunter. One left for the Dolphins in the third. They still trail by 3 as we head to the fourth. Molloy on top of Staten Island, 4-1. Anthony Marcillo will lead off for Molloy in the fourth inning. The Lions over the Dolphins 4-1. First pitch of the inning from Mikey First, fouled away. Marcillo 0 for 1 at the plate thus far. We're just over an hour away from what will be an important doubleheader for CSI softball. It's quite simple, Nick. If the Dolphins do not win a game today, their bid for the first Division II playoff berth in the history of the softball program comes down to the final day of the season yet again.
Yeah, we've seen that the last couple of years, and it's led to some wild games at CSI. Last year, of course, was a doubleheader. Dolphins won the first game, unfortunately lost the second game, and they were 3 outs away from getting the win to clinch in that first spot. But they'll have a chance again here today, and if not, they'll have a chance tomorrow as well.
The scenario is fairly straightforward, Nick. The Dolphins get in if they win a game. One more win, and they are in. If they go 0-4 in their last 4 games, 2 today and 2 tomorrow, Molloy can overtake them by sweeping Duville tomorrow. If Molloy loses a game or the Dolphins win a game, they are in the postseason.
And we keep in mind that Molloy does not play today. They play tomorrow, 2 games against Duville.
Dolphins need just 1 win. There's a swing and a miss by Marcillo. And Mikey First has his second strikeout.
I continue to monitor also our baseball standings. I'll get to those in just a moment.
The center fielder, number 10, Joe Barisi.
Queens now down 4-3 in the bottom of the third. They have to win out to keep their season alive while also hoping for some help along the way.
They need some help from the Spartans. They need 3 stack wins over Duville to have a shot. At the plate here, Joe Barisi ahead 1-0. And he held the swing up there 2-0, unless he got a piece of that ball.
Don't think he did.
I didn't think so either. I thought it hit off the catcher's glove.
Yeah, it did.
Okay.
Was a little bit of an awkward bounce, but
Well, the good news is I can see the plate. I was very far away in Dobbs Ferry. You could see the plate, but not the umpire.
So where was the exact setup?
So, did you see the highlight video?
I did not get a chance to.
Okay, so we had a center field, right field camera. That was my view. So if you're looking at the pitcher batter, I was behind the left center field wall, about 50 to 100 feet behind the wall.
Got it.
The shortstop, number 6, Mike Sweeney.
That will bring up Mike Sweeney, top of the order from Molloy, following the one-out walk issued to the number 9 hitter, Barisi.
That's a walk you hate to give up.
Always. We say it all the time, not all number 9 hitters are created equal. You'll have some that are on there or in that spot as sort of a second leadoff hitter, usually a guy with good speed, where if he gets on, he could really create some havoc on the bases. And sometimes you're just filling out that lineup with a great defensive player who doesn't necessarily hit well. And sometimes a lineup is just stacked, and you have 9 threats in that batting order who can take you over the wall or into a gap. You never really know, but I think more often than not, that is never a batter you want to walk. Swing and a miss there by Sweeney, 1-1.
They're playing close attention as well to Barisi over at first base. He's 8 for 9 on the year in stolen base attempts.
Grounder toward the middle. Bardick flips with the glove. And they are going to give the Dolphins the out at second on the barehanded receipt by Flashner. I didn't think he needed to go barehand, but I think the glove flip crossed him up a bit, and he was able to regain control of that ball before Barisi arrived.
Number 21, Brian Sanchez.
This will be the best look at it on our pitcher-batter cam.
Yeah, he got crossed up there. Just got back on top of it in time. That's the second out of the inning as Brian Sanchez takes a strike, 0-1.
That's a huge out, too, but the Lions, like we saw last time, Joe, have done a lot of their damage here today with 2 outs. So first trying to find that final third out and prevent any more runs from scoring here in this inning.
That's up and away, 1-1. We know how good these two teams are offensively, but the way the Lions have played this year, don't think you can afford to go down much more if you're the Dolphins.
There goes the runner.
And that one's fouled straight back. Now, that foul ball is very similar to the one that induced a flinch last time we were here.
Yeah. I'm sure Matt didn't flinch in front of us.
Never.
He would never.
1-2. Up and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Matt had a nice conversation, or maybe not conversation, but was listening in on our calls on Heroes Night with both Sam Whalen, and then we had the last 3 innings, which were very, very interesting to say the least.
Yeah, just a bit.
Just a bit.
Let's just say that when I was done with that broadcast and the night was over, I was filled with a bit of regret. There's a swing and a miss at the 2-2 pitch. Sanchez down on strikes. Nick will be quiet, and we will head to break. Our score, Molloy 4, Staten Island 1, as we head to the bottom half of the 4th. Michael Flashner will lead off for the Dolphins in the bottom half of the fourth inning. CSI trailing Molloy 4-1.
Does he dare do it again, Joe?
I thought you were about to ask me if you dare reapproach the topic that
No.
sent us into break last
No.
inning.
No. You told me not to speak about it again.
They know who makes the hiring decisions here on Sportsnet.
I was put in a preemptive timeout before we went to break.
At least your mic wasn't muted as that's lofted on the infield and dropped. That looked like a routine play at shortstop for Sweeney, but it hit off the heel of his glove.
Have to think that's an error, right?
Oh, yeah, that's an error for sure.
Yeah.
The catcher, number 28, Ryan Ortega.
That will bring up Ryan Ortega.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one Sweeney's going to want to have back right there. Yeah.
He'll look to Maletti to pick him up here. Ortega showing bunt. Nearly got hit by the pitch.
And Joe, they gave that one a hit. That's the same thing I said.
We'll have to have a word with our statistician during the
Who
break.
made that call? Oof. The replay might do some justice on that one.
Well, we are the home team.
I wish the audience could have seen the look on your face when I said that.
Well, I can't say what I always say, Nick, but you know what I'm
No,
thinking.
Befuddlement.
Nick and Joe know what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Honestly, the whole room probably knows what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Yeah.
2-1 the count on Ortega.
There goes the runner.
And Ortega nearly got hit by that pitch.
And he
did offer at it.
And he made contact, I think, with it too, that sending the runner back. Wow. He made the defensive cut, and you're right, Joe. I think he not only made contact with the ball, but he also made contact maybe on his hand.
I think he fouled the ball off his own leg. If he contacted
his leg,
it.
because it looks like he's going towards his hand.
Could be, but let's get a look. I thought he swung at it and then it hit him. I didn't even think he fouled it off. Count is even at 2.
I'll show it again in a second.
Up and away, ball 3. What do you think?
I can't tell because if it hit the bat, it must have hit the knob of the bat.
That one's popped up. Flashner hurrying back to first, and
oof,
very nearly a collision there on the left side of the infield. Sweeney was right over the shoulder of Sanchez, and he almost backed right into him.
The third baseman, number 9, Vincent Weigel.
That will bring up Vincent Weigel.
So I think on that defensive cut, I think what happened is he must have hit it with the knob of the bat, and then maybe it also clipped his hand on the way.
Yeah, I thought he swung, missed, and got hit by the pitch, but apparently that was not the case as they sent Flashner back. And now they'll check on Flashner over at first base.
Flashner 14 for 18 on the season, stolen base attempts.
Just one away here in the home fourth inning as Weigel takes high and outside. There's a big swing and a miss by Weigel.
1-1. If that's what you were looking for.
It is. To be fair, I can't see the outfield
I
scoreboard.
You also have a pole that is directly blocking, I think, the board in a way.
I can't see any further than the right of second base.
Got it. There goes Flashner.
And that's it toward the gap in left center, but Weigel got under it. And Barisi makes the catch. Flashner back to first, and 2 away in the inning.
Second time in the inning, he's gone on a pitch that was contacted with.
The shortstop, 0, Brandon Bardick.
Brandon Bardick to the plate now. Bardick 0 for 1. There goes Flashner. The throw on the way to second is not in time. Not a bad throw by Marcillo, but Flashner with a good jump and good speed is able to beat it to the bag. Dolphins now have a runner in scoring position with 2 outs. And we mentioned how Bardick has been a solid run producer for a number 9 hitter. Dolphins would love a 2-out hit here. That went off the inside corner, and Bardick is quickly ahead 2-0.
Yeah, especially if he can get on base, even if he doesn't bring home the run. Get back to the top of the lineup, too, and with Vera's power, he could tie the game in one swing.
That pitch blocked. Marcillo kept it in front of him. Flashner couldn't think about third, but the count now runs to 3-0. The 3-0. Misses for ball 4. It's a 4-pitch walk of Bardick, and that will bring the tying run to the plate in Jamel Vera.
The center fielder, number 11, Jamel Vera.
Vera 1 for 2. Takes high and is quickly ahead 1-0. A lot of the misses from Molloy have not been close, and I think that's always the concern. The 1-0 forces Vera to back off the plate, and it's 2-0.
This looked eerily similar to what happened to him in the first inning. He had walked a batter on 4 straight and then missed with the next 3 pitches on the second batter. Danger of doing that once again here.
2-0. A breaking ball in for a strike, 2-1. That looked like one of those get-me-over breaking balls. Takes a lot of guts to throw that.
Yeah.
Count 2-1 now. And Vera skies it foul. Will it stay in play? It will not. Heads up there in the front row.
With a sunny day like today, you have to keep your eyes out.
Have to bring your glove to the ballpark. What are you doing?
That's true.
Those photographers behind the plate do need to be careful. Pat is correct. The 2-2. Hit out to center. Barisi is there, and he makes the catch to retire the side. Dolphins strand a pair in the 4th, and we head to the 5th with Molloy still leading 4-1. Sean Welsh will lead off the 5th inning for Molloy. They lead the Dolphins 4-1. 3 in the first for the Lions, 1 more in the third. The Dolphins scoring their lone run in the bottom half of the 1st inning. Sean Welsh, one of a couple of Lions with multiple hits in this game. Both he and Jack Coogan are 2 for 2. Welsh ahead 1-0 here. And that is smoked down the left field line. The only question is fair or foul, and it is foul.
It's the latter half of the two.
That was an absolute rocket shot off the bat of Welsh. And we know a thing or two about his power. That's taken inside. Count on Welsh, 2-1. 3-4-5 due up from Molloy here in the 5th. As that one is popped up, foul ball. Count even 2-2. And the 2-2 is hit well to center. Vera chasing it back toward the warning track, reaches up and makes the catch. Just shy of the 390 mark in center field.
He took a first quick step in and then tracked it back on that one.
The right fielder, number 26, Steve Mulqueen.
You could hear off the bat, Nick, how well that ball was hit. And Welsh just missed it. Steve Mulqueen to the plate now. He's 0 for 2. One of 3 batters that first has struck out in this game. And pitch number 70 for the Dolphins right-hander is on the outside corner, 0-1. We had somebody stop by looking for an individual that it seems nobody knew.
She should have been asking for the CFO.
How many times can I say it?
As many as it takes to get everyone in line.
But I thought you said it was retired.
It's retired. If it's only retired from self-proclamation.
Okay.
We'll have to fill the audience in now. It's very confusing
Yeah,
as that's
very.
bounced to short. Backhand by Bartik. His throw to first in time. So, for those who don't know, and if you've been with us now for the last couple of seasons, you've probably heard once or twice already, but
The left fielder, number 5, Charlie Emhoff.
our game day crew refers to me by a 3-letter acronym, CFO. It stands for Chief Foreman Osborne.
What did he say?
That pitch taken outside by Charlie Emhoff.
Oh, God.
We ceremoniously retired that nickname the other day because we had some unnamed individuals who would not adopt it. So we said, okay, we'll come up with a nickname that we can all agree on. And we ceremoniously retired it. That one skied a mile high on the infield. It's tailing foul, and it is caught by Weigel. Emhoff retired, and that will do it for Molloy in the 5th inning. It's a 1-2-3 5th for Mikey first. Dolphins come to bat, trailing 4-1. Jack Kehoe will lead off for the Dolphins in the home 5th inning. Molloy on top of Staten Island 4-1. Kehoe 0 for 1 at the plate, has drawn a walk, and he takes up and in 1-0. So, Nick, the brainstorming for a new nickname is officially on.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to help.
I don't think anything can top it. That's the problem.
I don't love Silver Dome. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Joe loves the Silver Dome.
No, I said I don't love it.
Oh, doesn't love it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's better than
that's not the nickname.
It's better than what Sam said.
That's hit deep to center off the bat of Jack Kehoe, and that ball is off the base of the wall. Kehoe coasting into second with a leadoff stand-up double, and the Dolphins have a man in scoring position to begin the home 5th inning.
Well, Kehoe thought it was gone. Joe Calabrese also thought it was gone out into center field. Just hit off that fence out in center field, but he gets a long double.
The first baseman, number 44, Jason Romance.
You know what happens when you assume, Nick.
And I only had to throw him under the bus because I did that most recently, too. So if I had to go down with the ship, someone's going to go down with me.
we're going to have to call Joe Diaper Dome for the rear end he just made himself into.
All right, this might take off the headset.
There's a swing and a miss by Romance. Romance 0 for 1 at the plate, has drawn a walk. Dolphins with 1 run on 4 hits. The Lions with 4 runs on 6 hits. And there's another pitch that misses way upstairs. We've seen a few of those from Molloy throughout this game, a few that have just gotten away from him.
You don't want to have one get away from you, especially in this at-bat.
The 1-1 just missed. First base is open. However, the tying run is in the on-deck circle. Jaden Waterman will be the man up behind Romance. Romance ahead 2-1. Takes up and away for ball 3. Three and 1. Swing and a miss. Looked like Romance was a bit out in front there. Count now full, 3-2. Kehoe, the runner at second. Still nobody out here in the home 5th. Dolphins looking to chip into a 3-run lead. And Romance pops it up. Shallow right field. And Mulqueen makes the call and the catch for the first out.
And again, it looks like they went to the outside corner. They keep doing that exact same location to get Romance out in front.
The left fielder, number 1, Jaden Waterman.
Jaden Waterman to the plate. He's 0 for 2 thus far. And the way this game has played out, Nick, it really feels like the Dolphins need to pick up this run from second. They've had some traffic, but not quite enough where you can feel confident about erasing a 3-run deficit in the late innings. To get even 1 here would make a huge difference, and we know that Jaden Waterman can give you 2 with 1 big swing.
Especially with how close Kehoe was on that double from getting a solo home run.
390 is not a deep center field. The left field line, 325. The right field line, 325 here at the Mitchell Athletic Complex. And minus the size of the press box, this is another facility that I really like. If the press box was bigger, this would be great. Plenty of parking. That is nowhere near the field. That's key.
At least we parked in the right spot today.
Yes, we did park in the incorrect lot. I had to hop the fence to get in here last time.
Yeah.
Waterman pops it up. That ball tailing into right center field. Barisi is there. He makes the catch. And Kehoe will hold at second as that throw got away just a bit up the third base line. And it will be left to J.J. Hunter.
The designated hitter, number 19, J.J. Hunter.
Mercy now up 6-3 in the 5th inning of that game between them and Queens.
Queens facing elimination with a loss. A Mercy win would put Duville in the postseason. The Dolphins were eliminated yesterday. Molloy has locked up the top seed in the conference. First pitch to Hunter. High and outside, ball 1. Hunter 1 for 2 thus far. Has the lone RBI in the game for the Dolphins. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. If Hunter can keep the inning going, Michael Flashner would be next. Last time we were here, Flashner hit a home run down that right field line. And Hunter looks at a strike, 1-2.
Molloy now a strike away from straying that runner over at second base after almost surrendering the leadoff home run.
The 1-2. Taken low. Almost set in the dirt, Nick, but I didn't want to upset anyone in the box.
Wonder who you're referring to. No names.
Is that play earlier still scored as a hit?
No, they changed it.
Okay. And Hunter went around. That is strike 3 swinging. The Dolphins squander a leadoff double from Jack Kehoe in the 5th, and we head to the 6th. Molloy over CSI, 4-1. Jack Coogan leads off the 6th inning for Molloy. Lions lead the Dolphins 4-1. Nick, the Dolphins have had opportunities in this game. They've put some traffic on the bases, but no opportunity better than the leadoff double that began the home 5th inning. Kehoe did not move from second base, and Sean Molloy really appears to be settling in.
Yeah, Dolphins have left 7 runners on base so far in this game, and I think if you're a Molloy fan, you're getting a good, strong performance so far out of Molloy, and that's big before the playoffs begin.
Jack Coogan now with his third base hit of the game lines a single into center field. Leadoff man on in the 6th inning for the Lions.
The second baseman, number 3, Jack Valerio.
That will bring Jack Valerio to the plate.
He might potentially get a bunt signal here.
I was trying to get a look toward the bullpen, but we do not have any perspective to see into either bullpen.
Steph says nothing.
Steph can see. There's a grounder foul. With Mikey first now at 78 pitches, you would think the Dolphins are certainly going to give him the rest of this inning if possible. And then depending on how efficient he is, maybe one more if you can. But I'd be inclined to say this could be the final inning he pitches this season. The 0-1. Hit hard on the ground and into left field for a base hit. First 2 men on for Molloy here in the 6th inning. And Anthony Marcillo will be the batter.
Yeah,
Catcher,
dangerous
number
territory.
28, Anthony Marcillo.
Still forgetting that rule.
Not as dangerous as speaking over Joe.
But I think now the situation is where you mentioned first, this could be very well his last inning of the season. And with nobody out, 2 men on, that bunt situation I mentioned before might happen here.
There it is. It's right back to first. His only play is to first. And it's a successful sacrifice for Anthony Marcillo.
If he could find a way to get out of the inning without giving up a run, that would be huge.
The
2
center
in scoring
fielder,
position.
number 10, Joe Barresi.
You forgot the rule, too.
I'm a rule breaker, Nick. I don't pay attention to that. Those rules are for you.
Got it. Got it.
I'm the voice, not Joe.
No. It's a great nickname for you, by the way. I love that one. The voice. That's the show.
The VOD, the voice of the Dolphins.
Yeah. I don't know if I like that one either. I don't know if I like that.
Well, I agreed I'd retire the other one, so we're working on it. Joe Barresi at the plate.
Just ask ChatGPT, maybe they'll give you one.
You know what I'll do? Once I get some new office mates, we'll reset the clock and try CFO again. As that's it out to right, that's chasing Kehoe back toward the wall. He makes the catch. That will bring home a run.
I might bring home a second one.
And they will try for 2. Ortega did not apply the tag.
Yeah, didn't get the tag on.
A 2 RBI sacrifice fly brings home a pair of Lions, and you don't see that very often.
No, you did not. He hit it to the deepest part out in right field. Kehoe made a great catch. But how about the heads-up base running right there by the Lions?
Dolphins appealed at second.
Shortstop, number 6, Mike Sweeney.
Get a look as well, Nick, at whether or not the runner may have left second base early. The Dolphins appealed.
Good look at that in a second. We're looking at the live shot of the entire sequence right there. I'm going to look at it while this at-bat happens.
And there's a hard hit ground ball through the left side, and Molloy adds yet another base hit in the inning. That's their 3rd. Molloy now with a 5-run lead, and it looks, for now anyways, if they've solved Mikey first.
The third baseman, number 21, Brian Sanchez.
Looks good to me, Joe.
Yeah, I think the
terms of the runner
Dolphins were
leaving.
just taking a shot, hoping that maybe they'd get the benefit of that call. Brian Sanchez at the plate fouls that one away. But we say it a lot. After a third pass through the order, that's dangerous territory for any pitcher as we get one more look at the plate. And I think the home plate umpire got it right, Nick. I don't think he ever applied that tag.
Yeah.
Part of the disadvantage for Ortega there is he had no way of knowing where the runner was. If he knew exactly where the runner was when he turned around, I think he's got him. As the Dolphins effectively concede second base on that pitch low and in. Dolphins still within striking distance, but one swing could really see this game begin to get out of hand. There's still a big out with 2 away in the 6th. And first misses high. Anything on the monitor there, Nick?
Just keep looking at it, keep going back and forth, and you could just see the tag just missed it by mere inches on that one.
Now, is he in the baseline? Because looking at that freeze frame, I would be inclined to say no. Run it back. Run it back in slow motion with the runner entering the frame. I mean, he is not at the baseline here. I mean, he's way out of the baseline. Like, that's not close, right?
I don't think so.
I don't know.
I happen to agree with Joe.
The Joes are on the same page as that gets through first and into center field for a base hit. Run comes in to score.
A wise move right there by Romance to cut that one off.
It's an RBI single for Brian Sanchez. Sweeney in with the 7th Molloy run, and that might be all for the Dolphins starter.
I believe that will be the case.
And with that, we head to break. Our score, Molloy 7 and Staten Island 1 with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. It is the top of the 6th inning here in Uniondale. And Nick, I got caught in the trap once again. The Dolphins are the home team. And you would think after a season of traveling where we visited just about every baseball venue in the conference, I'd get it right. Not quite.
Almost.
We still have another, 10 innings to get it right?
Just about.
Just
at the
about.
very least.
At the very least, you're right. You're right. But new Dolphins pitcher, Alex Martinez, and I know you'll pull up his line shortly, but Martinez has gotten some work in relief this year. He began his Dolphins career as a reliever, has since transitioned into a starting pitcher primarily. And, Nick, you have the numbers.
For Martinez, this will be his 14th appearance of the year. He has a 2-5 record, an ERA of 11.4, in 35 and a third innings pitched, 61 hits, 49 runs, 45 earned, 27 walks, 30 strikeouts.
And he will inherit a runner on first. 2 outs here in the top of the 6th inning. I'll have to place the emphasis in the right place.
Keep hammering it down.
Yeah, well, you know how much I hate being wrong. It's okay, though. We can always scrub it from the broadcast.
I didn't even hear it until you said something after.
Not attentive enough. Or perhaps he just knows who does the hiring. Could be either one.
Could be either one. I'll let you be the judge.
I actually had somebody.
First baseman, number 15, Sean Welsh.
I had somebody ask me the other day, when are you going to hire more broadcasters? And I said, well, why would I do that? We have a broadcaster plus myself who works every game. You know, we've had other names step in every once in a while. Sam Whalen, of course. We've had Joe step in. I don't really see the need. What do? You hire somebody and tell them, well, we have a guy and myself who work every game, but when we need somebody, you're next on the list?
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's a tough.
It's a great problem to have.
Yeah,
I think.
it is definitely a great problem to have.
Unless you're tired of me, then you'll say, yes, please, hire someone else.
Now that you mention it.
Excuse me? Well, Nick, I hope there's an extra seat for you on the team bus because you're not coming back in my car.
Softball's going to be very awkward tomorrow.
Yeah. Did I mention it's canceled? For you.
Yeah, I was going to say for me.
Count 1-1 here on Sean Welsh.
Might as well see if there's any boat shows in town now that I'm going to be sticking around.
Well, for those who don't know about the boat show, last time we were here, the boat show was in town at Nassau Coliseum.
Fortunately, not this weekend.
Not this time. There's a grounder foul, and the count runs to 1-2 on Welsh. Well, for those who don't know, our crew took a trip to Citi Field on Tuesday. The Mets interrupted their losing ways to win, and then picked up right where they left off after we left.
They did it for Pat.
Well, those who weren't in attendance did not see my outfit and the group photo, but I'm in a Mets jersey and a Mets hat as a Phillies fan, so you know we meant business.
Ouch.
That one's in the turf. I have like 8 of those that I'm hoarding, Pat.
Did you say it was out of focus, the photo?
A lot of them were out of focus, yeah.
Ooh.
There was one good one. I'll put it in a group chat. Actually, we're all in a group chat. I can just put it in.
I think that's what he's implying, that you didn't put it in.
Yeah, I didn't.
Considering it's been a couple of days now.
We'll do that now.
Okay.
As that's hit deep to left. Waterman gives it a look, but that is long gone. It's a 2-run homer off the bat of Sean Welsh, and Molloy now leads Staten Island 9-1 after a no-doubter off the bat of their first baseman.
Number 11 for him on the season. That ties him now with Mulqueen for the team lead in home runs. And, Joe, his historic season just continues to keep going here in the last couple games of the regular season.
Molloy now leads by 8.
Number 26, Steve Mulqueen.
And Steve Mulqueen will come to the plate.
Joe, just as we thought, maybe earlier it was a 4-1 game, a little bit of a low scoring game that you and I have called. Now we've gone to 9-1, getting up there.
Well, we made the point going into our Heroes Day game about now a week and a half ago. We had not covered a game all season where one team or the other, did not score double-digit runs. And Heroes Day was the first time it happened.
Yeah.
As that's lined into right center field, that's going to roll out toward the warning track. Kehoe does cut it off, and not stopping is Mulqueen. He's into third, and the throw got away before it was backed up by Martinez.
I mentioned this earlier, but the Lions did this last time we were here, Joe. Allowed 2-out rallies, and they continue to do it again here today.
The left fielder, number 5, Charlie Emhoff.
Charlie Emhoff to the plate now. And he pops that one up. Bardick underneath it, makes the catch, and that will do it for Molloy in the 6th inning. But not before the Lions break through for 5 runs to go in front by 8. Our score, the Lions 9 and the Dolphins 1. Michael Flashner at the plate, with the Dolphins now trailing by 8. Rhyme unintended. I know Nick was impressed.
I barely pay attention to what you said.
Yikes.
Yeah, that car ride's going to be rough for me at the end.
Nick, you might have to ride home in the truck if I even decide to take you back.
That's fair.
Are we trading Nick for Steph?
Steph does not approve.
I don't think Steph would accept that trade.
I mean, there was a proposed trade that we had, what was it, a couple months back?
Oh, yes.
You know exactly what it is, yeah. Turns out that trade was declined as well. Flashner takes low.
Yeah, Steph including her no trade clause on that one.
When did she get a no trade clause?
She just invoked it right now. Surprise!
That's as animated as I've ever heard Steph. Man. I have another proposal.
Oh, really?
How about we trade, as that's taken low and away, and Flashner draws the walk. I was going to say I could trade this headset for Stephanie's Stats laptop. Then you're all alone.
The catcher, number 28, Ryan Ortega.
I don't know how to respond to that.
The correct response is, I got this. Do it. That's what I would have said. I would never do that to you. Runner going on the pitch, and Marcillo lost the baseball on the transfer. It's a stolen base for Michael Flashner, and the Dolphins quickly have a man in scoring position here in the 6th.
Well, you know, I've done our fair share in solo commentary sometimes, so.
I've done more than my fair share. I called that doubleheader last weekend all by myself.
Yeah.
At least I got a half sub out of the deal. Swing and a miss by Ryan Ortega. Count 1-1. I must say they had a very nice cafeteria behind the press box at Mercy. However, their half subs were very small. Tasted good, but it was about the size of my iPhone. I mean, it's just not going to cut it. I mean, realistically, I could have eaten at least 4 of those. The 2-1 popped up. Shallow right field, and making the call is the right fielder, Mulqueen.
Felt like that on Tuesday. Speaking of the City Field, game that we had at the Mets on Tuesday. I'll get to that in a moment.
The third baseman, number 9, Vincent Weigel.
It's a contrast style of difference from the food you get at Yankee Stadium in terms of quantity to what I got Tuesday.
So I don't want to divulge too much information, but let's just say that for a very, very long time, I was eating for free at Citi Field. There's a great scoop at third on the short hop. Sanchez throws to first, and Vincent Weigel is retired.
One third baseman grounding out to the other, and Sanchez, incredible play over at the hot corner.
The shortstop, 0, Brandon Bardick.
So, again, Nick, as I was saying, without divulging too much, I was eating free at Citi Field for about a year and a half, 2 years. And back then, I would get the same free meal every game. The portion was acceptable. I thought it was fine. Over time,
yeah, it's
the bang for your buck was greatly reduced, and I was paying,
and
which
I
made it
like,
a lot worse.
And even when I was paying going to Citi Field, I felt the same way. So there goes Flashner.
And
wow.
That is some tough luck for the Dolphins. Flashner running on the pitch, and Brandon Bardick lines it straight into the glove of the covering third baseman Sanchez. Dolphins turned aside in the 6th, and we head to the 7th. Molloy still on top, 9-1. Jack Coogan will lead off for Molloy in the 7th inning. The Lions lead the Dolphins by 8. Coogan with a 2 RBI, 3-hit game thus far. One of 2 Lions with 3 hits to this point. Alex Martinez back to the mound for the Dolphins, deals low and outside, ball 1. Lions wasted no time jumping on Martinez after he came into the game. Sean Welsh delivered a 2-run homer. That closed the book on Mikey first. And Coogan offered at that pitch for strike 1-1. Final line for the Dolphins starter. First in 5 2/3. Allowed 8 runs, all earned on 10 hits, walked 1 and struck out 3. He hit 2 batters. And Martinez catches the inside corner. Count 1-2.
Depending on how the rest of the week goes, this very well could be Martinez's last relief appearance or appearance in general of his Dolphins career.
Well, if Martinez is not starting one of the 2 remaining games, you would think that certainly Nick Chiaia would start one. And we'll have to see which way the Dolphins go for the second. Dolphins did give Nick Pusinelli a start against Mercy. I think that's a possibility. Aiden Keelty got a bit of work yesterday. He's a capable starter. We've seen him get an opportunity in that role. They gave a couple of innings to Ryan Fiore in a senior day outing against Mercy as well that came in what officially went down as a start for him. Meanwhile, Coogan down on strikes looking for out number 1.
The second baseman, number 3, Jack Valerio.
At the plate here, Jack Valerio. He's 1 for 3. Valerio showing bunt and takes low.
Potentially drama going down in Flushing as well. 6-5 now, Mercy lead in that game.
The Knights, with their season very much on the line, will not go away. Do we have any updates in the Stacked Uville game?
I don't think that game starts till 4.
That is a late start.
Yeah, 4 o'clock.
So
4 and 7 p.m. doubleheader.
That would lead me to believe that Uville traveled in today.
Maybe, yeah.
I would
Keep
suspect the
in
Saints
mind,
traveled in today.
They played yesterday at Pomona also.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That is odd. But then again, you are in the minor league stadium with the lights. As that's bounced to Weigel at third, he has time. And his throw retires Valerio for out number 2.
I'll make a point in the schedule in just a moment after Joe Mace's announcement.
The catcher, number 28, Anthony Marcillo.
So the second game of the doubleheader is at 7 p.m. The final game of the regular season for both teams is at 11 a.m. the next morning.
There must be another game on that field at night. That would be my guess. Double booked. Next year, the Dolphins will debut the all-new CSI baseball complex, an all-turf facility. As far as we know, no changes forthcoming to the seating bowl of the press box, but the field was close to finished, and then a big snowstorm came in and derailed plans of playing home games this year, but it looked great. And then, of course, as we mentioned earlier, CSI is slated to host the ECC Baseball Championship next year. There's a slow chopper, third base line, and Weigel will just let it roll into his bare hand. No chance to get Anthony Marcillo at first base, and that keeps the inning alive.
The center fielder, number 10, Joe Barisi.
Joe Barisi to the plate now. Barisi 0 for 1, has walked. He had a 2 RBI sacrifice fly as well. And that was a very unusual play, as the Dolphins didn't really do anything wrong. They had the out at the plate if Ortega knew where the base runner was. Now, again, I think if you're looking at it strictly, the runner was out of the baseline, but you take a look at the path that base runners take to home, and very often they're in the same spot. So
I think you also have to keep in mind where Ortega was, because he was right on the line.
he was.
So I don't think there was really much room to run or to try to avoid that tag on that play.
True. The 0-1 to Barisi. Hit softly toward right center. That's down for a hit. Kehoe will get it in to Julian Velasquez, who has taken over at second base. The Dolphins did make some changes. Yandel Brito behind the plate. Velasquez in at second.
The shortstop, number 6, Mike Sweeney.
Mike Sweeney to the plate now. He's 1 for 3. And that's it toward right center. Vera, though, getting a good jump, able to make the catch via the snow cone. That ball very nearly came out of Vera's glove, but he holds on the slide, and that will bring the top half of the 7th to a close. Molloy strands a pair, but they still lead by 8. Our score, the Lions 9 and the Dolphins 1. Jamel Vera will lead off for the Dolphins in the home 7th. CSI has not scored since the first inning, and Sean Maletti has been on a roll for much of the time since. CSI did have a couple of innings where they put men on base. They have stranded 8 in this game, but Maletti, for much of this start, has appeared very much in command.
Yeah, for Maletti, his longest appearance of the year, 2 different appearances of 5 innings. So he's already eclipsed that mark here in the 7th. He's now at 6 innings of this game. Has allowed just the 1 run, as you mentioned, way back in the 1st.
And you mentioned it earlier, Nick, but this outing in stark contrast to his first against the Dolphins, as that one's grounded foul. But the Dolphins hit him well last time they saw him when you and I were here on March 14th. Also, should note, CSI softball underway. They are at St. Thomas Aquinas College. Those games just getting started. Top of the 1st, and we're waiting first pitch as that one is blooped into the glove of Sanchez at third base. He makes the catch in foul ground for the first out.
The right fielder, number 38, Jack Kehoe.
Game 1 pitching matchup for softball, Kennedy Ruth against Lauren Falk. We'll have our eye on that score throughout the afternoon and hopefully into Game 2 as well. I'd presume they get to Game 2 well before we're done here.
Keep in mind for Stack in those two games, Joe, they right now have nothing to really play for. They already have the number 1 seed locked up. So we'll see how the Dolphins can maybe take advantage of the Spartans, maybe play a little bit too non-lenient, but you would tend to think that they're going to still go out there and try to pull off those wins.
That one grounded to second by Jack Kehoe, and he is quickly retired. And good hustle there by Kehoe in an 8-run game. You love to see it, regardless of the score, but he is out. And I've said it all season, Nick, when it comes to softball, you do not want your bid for a playoff spot coming down to the final day of the season.
The first baseman, number 44, Jason Romance.
Yeah, no question. You would like to at least get it done if you have a chance here today to do so. But if you give any slim chance of hope, that's really where pressure starts to build for your team.
They need just one win. As I mentioned earlier, a Molloy loss also could do it for the Dolphins, but that takes your playoff fate out of your own hands. Dolphins have 4 games left, 2 today, 2 tomorrow, as Jason Romance lines a base hit into left field. He's now 1 for 3, and the Dolphins have a 2-out base runner.
The left fielder, number 1, Jaden Waterman.
That will bring Jaden Waterman to the plate.
And if I'm not mistaken, Joe, going into tomorrow, we could find out, I think, maybe at the same time. Keep in mind, both games start at 12, and then the second game starts at 2. So at the end of game 1, we could know that the Dolphins are either in or that last game will decide everything.
Well, Nick, I think the nightmare scenario, if you're the Dolphins, obviously would be you lose 2 today, and then tomorrow you end up in a situation where you drop the first game and Molloy beats Dewville. That pitch low and away to Jaden Waterman, and he's quickly ahead 3-0. Dolphins can put all thought of any hypotheticals or doomsday scenarios to bed with a win today, as Waterman draws the 4-pitch walk.
Hassle, right? The designated hitter, number 30, Patrick Hassel.
And we're going to get, at the very least, a conference
I think that's going to be it for Molloy, Joe.
at the mound here, and that will do it for, I almost said the Spartans with all this talk about softball, for the Lions starter, Sean Molloy. With that, we will throw it to a quick break. Dolphins with 2 on and 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. They trail 9-1. Patrick Hassel to the plate for the Dolphins. He replaces J.J. Hunter in the DH spot, and he takes a breaking ball strike from Ziggy Cohen. New pitcher for Stack, right-hander coming on in relief of Sean Milletti. He went 6 2/3, allowing 1 run on 5 hits. And Cohen will hope to keep it that way, with the Dolphins having 2 on and 2 outs here in the 7th.
Just his 6th appearance of the season for Cohen. He's pitched just 6 innings, 8 hits, 8 runs, 7 earned, 7 walks, 7 Ks.
There's a breaking ball strike on the outside corner. It's now 1-2 on Hassel. Softball has not yet started in Spark Hill. They are exchanging lineup cards as we speak. We'll have our eye on that game. As that misses away. Two. Up and away, ball 3. And that will get the runners a head start. Count full on Hassel with Julian Velasquez on deck. Payoff pitch. Popped up. Will it stay in play? It will not.
That's pretty. That's nuts. Hit the corner of the rail.
Count still full on Hassel. Cohen looking to set him down here and keep his team's lead at 8 runs. And he will check towards second. Romance not moving early. Cohen set. Another 3-2. Misses for ball 4. And the 2-out rally continues for the Dolphins here. A base hit by Romance and back-to-back walks.
The second baseman, number 5, Julian Velasquez.
And that will give Julian Velasquez an opportunity with the bases loaded and 2 outs here in the 7th.
But we've seen a lot of 2-out rallies here in this game from Molloy. Dolphins trying to get one going, get some runs here to cut into this 8-run deficit.
Velasquez quickly behind 0-1, but an extra base hit or perhaps one swing that's just a bit bigger all of a sudden makes this game a little more interesting. Dolphins need something here, as that is in there for a called strike 2. I don't think you can afford to come away empty-handed if you're the Dolphins in this spot. Velasquez in an 0-2 hole, and he takes just high. I think they tripled up on the breaking ball there, Nick. You throw him a 4th one?
No, I think you try to throw him off guard.
Depends on how early you feel he bailed on that pitch. And I think you were right, Nick. They came with the fastball. I think when you have a hitter who's up there and they bail on the breaking ball very early, maybe you can afford to double up and triple up as they did. 4 in a row, though, that's a stretch. 1-2, low and away. Count even at 2. If you're Cohen, I think you'd like to avoid the full count if you can. And he misses away. Merry-go-round will be in motion on 3-2. Dolphins trying to claw their way back into this game. Count full on Velasquez. Got him. Swing and a miss at a fastball by the new Dolphins second baseman, and CSI will strand the bases loaded in the 7th. We head to the 8th from Uniondale. Molloy on top of Staten Island 9-1. Brian Sanchez will lead off the 8th inning for Molloy. Their lead is 8 runs, as the Dolphins saw their best opportunity in this game go by the wayside. They loaded the bases with 2 outs after they had 2 outs and nobody on, but they could not push across a run for the first time since the opening inning, as Sanchez fouls that one back 0-1.
And with Martinez still in this game, Joe, this very well, I think, is going to be his last appearance of the year.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to say so. Martinez, a pitcher that's been a mainstay on this Dolphins pitching staff during his time with the program. He's really done it all. He's been a starter, a middle reliever, a late inning reliever.
There was a portion of time during his career where he was the closer for this team.
Yep. He's been the long man. What role in relief has he not had at one point or another? That one's bounced foul by Sanchez. It stays 0-2. Meanwhile, we just had first pitch at Spark Hill for CSI softball. As soon as we wrap up here, you can catch that doubleheader over on Flow College.
Went to take a look as well at the game.
Don't you leave us.
No, of course not. I went to look at the game in Flushing to keep our baseball fans noted as a bloop single out into left field to start off this 8th inning.
Sanchez now 3 for 5.
Out in Flushing, it's now 7-5 Mercy. So Queens right now down to their final 6 outs.
The first baseman, number 15, Sean Welsh.
Sean Welsh to the plate. Sanchez just joining Welsh with 3 hits. Jack Coogan also has 3 hits in this game. And that is crushed to left, and Welsh has done it again. It is a no-doubt 2-run homer for Welsh, and Molloy goes in front by 10. It's now 11-1 Lions.
What can't he do this season, Joe? He's stealing about 14, 15 stolen bases on the season now today. He has now 2 home runs, adding more RBIs as well. He now has a team-leading 12 home runs with the 2 he's hit today, and now has 5 RBIs to add to it, too.
The right fielder, number 26, Steve Mulqueen.
Welsh very clearly is seeing the ball exceptionally well out of the hand of Alex Martinez. He jumped on him 2 at-bats in a row. That pitch on the outside corner for a called strike, 0-1 on Steve Mulqueen.
I would tend to think with the way Welsh has been hitting, it's been consistent. He might be the odds-on favorite right now to win the Player of the Year.
I think that's a fair assessment. We didn't get a chance to talk about it in the pregame, but if you're Molloy going up against the Dolphins team that yesterday was eliminated, was it at all important to go 4-0 in the series heading to the playoffs?
Yeah, it's something that you and I talk about. You want to get at least, some momentum going into the playoffs, regardless of how you finish the season. You still want to get these wins in. And, you go into the playoffs riding that momentum, considering the fact that we talked about it earlier. They've won 25 of their last 26, well on pace right now to win their 26 out of their last 27, with still a couple more games left on the season. It's truly been remarkable what they've been doing all season long.
That one's popped up, and Mulqueen felt he just missed it. Farah loses his hat and makes the catch. 1 away in the inning.
The left fielder, number 5, Charlie Emhoff.
Charlie Emhoff will be the batter.
And let's not forget, too, Joe, also, Molloy has won 4 of the last 5 championships for the conference. They've won back-to-back the last 2 seasons, so they're going for the three-peat this year. And if you can go into the playoffs winning this many games and having a nice win streak before that, that really gives you a lot of confidence going into it.
And on the other side, you have to wonder, with this very possibly being the final outing in the career of Alex Martinez, do they pull him mid-inning?
Yeah.
So you think maybe after this at bat or in the ninth?
I think they let him go to the ninth, and then they pull him in the ninth.
That one low and in.
Because you also could look at some other seniors. Obviously, you still have tomorrow, too, and another game here today as well. But you want to at least give some of these seniors an opportunity to pitch one more time.
I have a feeling we're going to see several more of them get into the lineup and perhaps, as you mentioned, pitch in our next game. But if not, in the back half of this doubleheader, certainly tomorrow. Dolphins were very much in this game before it got away from them in the sixth. Sean Welsh, a huge part of that. A couple of home runs to break this wide open. Meanwhile, in Spark Hill, the Dolphins just got a 2-out double from Madeline Paul. Runner on second and 2 outs in the road first inning there as Emhoff draws the walk.
I'll tell you right now, Joe, do not look at the live stats because they'll be ahead.
Okay.
I'm not saying what happened. I'm just going to tell you.
Well, Nick, you got to tell me now.
I can't tell. No, I'll leave you in suspense.
I'm assuming it's good. It's not. Okay. You left me in suspense for a bouncer back to the circle?
I'm just telling you, don't look at the live stats on your laptop.
They're not open.
Well, just in case you were going to open them.
Okay. I've been in this game a long time, Nick.
Designated hitter, number 8, Jack Coogan.
I'm a seasoned vet.
I know how the live stats work, you know?
I'm just making sure.
You're making me regret giving you a headset now.
Could be the last time.
Now it's a pinch run for the Lions, number 1, Sean Serrano.
Well, I will tell you, as they send a pinch runner in, that the backstop camera in Spark Hill got drilled by a foul ball in the first inning, completely jarring it.
How many times did we have to deal with that?
Quite a few. I spent a lot of time adjusting that camera last year at the championship.
Yeah.
That was no fun. You know, it was less fun than that when the internet kept going out. Jack Coogan looks to make it a 4-hit day here.
We know your thoughts on
faulty internet. That's where I put down my headset, take my ball, and leave. So that swung on and missed by Coogan. Count 1 ball and 1 strike on the Lions' designated hitter. Sean Serrano, the pinch runner, over at first. And they'll check on him. Not that I can see it.
Good assumption right there.
The 1-1. Swung on and missed 1-2. Two runs home from Molloy here in the top of the 8th. They now have 16 hits in the game. And Nick, we only have one broadcast left, but technically we could start a new streak of games where at least one team scores 10 runs. As Coogan goes down swinging.
The second baseman, number 3, Jack Valerio.
For those who missed our Heroes Day broadcast, our average run total per game going into the prior weekend was 26.5.
It's gone down just a bit.
More than a bit. We're not even halfway there today. And we didn't get halfway there on Tuesday either. Last Tuesday, that is.
Right. Closest, I think, was the game in Flushing, 17-4. I think we had 21 runs in that game. And that was a shortened game, too.
Yeah, that is probably the worst weather that I've called a complete game in a very long time. It was bad. I'm surprised they made it 5. As that's it for a called strike. Jack Valerio at the plate. He's 1 for 4. Quickly in a 2-strike hole here. Serrano, the runner, over at first. And they'll check on him again. That one's fought off foul. Romance giving chase, but it's over the Dolphins' dugout. Of course, we have game 2, but for you and I, Nick, this is our final baseball broadcast of the season. Tomorrow is our final softball broadcast on Flow College. However, if the Dolphins make the playoffs, he and I are going to travel to Sparkill and broadcast any games they play there. So we'll have at least 2 more.
Oh, are we now?
Wow.
It's news to me now.
Joe and I are.
Yeah.
That's right.
Unless you'd like to join.
I mean, I would if you want me to.
I have some big shoes.
You want to come? You can.
I mean, I don't want. If Joe's going to call the game, I don't want to take it away from him.
You're not. We could all do it.
I'll do it.
I don't
I mean,
care.
I can't pay you for it, but you can come stay in the hotel for free. There's a swing and a miss by Valerio, and he's down on strikes. So Nick and I will talk over the logistics of our perhaps final softball broadcast next week. The Dolphins here on the Baseball Diamond trail 11-1 as we head to the home 8th. Home 8th inning getting underway from Uniondale, where we've just learned that, Nick, you very well may be joining us in Spark Hill.
Have to plan it out, but
Yeah,
there's a
we'll see.
possibility.
We'll see. Might have to upgrade the hotel. Unless one of you want to sleep on a couch. Nobody wants that.
Nah, I don't know about that.
Oof. Are there any hotels in the area with 3 beds? If there is, we're going to find one. Yandel Brito getting his first at-bat of this game. Came on to catch in place of Ryan Ortega a couple of innings back. Meanwhile, in Sparkill, the Dolphins trail 1-0. Entering the second inning, Stack pushed across a run in the home first inning. As that one is popped up down the line and right. It is a long run from Mulqueen, but he makes the catch. One away here in the home 8th inning. And Vincent Weigel will be the batter.
The third baseman, number 9, Vincent Weigel.
Weigel 1 for 3. Breaking ball upstairs, 1-0 to Weigel. It is Ziggy Cohen back to the mound for the Lions here in the 8th. And back-to-back breaking balls miss high, 2-0.
Yeah, if you didn't mention, the only change that we had was Franco now is over at third base replacing Sanchez.
I did not. Anything you'd like to say?
Nope,
Okay.
not this time.
Did we say it last time?
Yes, we
did.
did.
Okay.
And that was more of a joke that last time because of what happened with the Mike Sweeney.
Okay. For those who don't know, John Franco shares a name with a former New York Mets pitcher.
Does he?
You can always bring it up again in Game 2, Nick.
No, I'm good. I think we've hammered that point down.
You missed what just happened on the softball stream. That was interesting. As
rewind
Weigel
it?
takes high, it began to rewind at about 4 times speed for about 10 seconds, and then technical difficulties.
Okay.
Brandon Bardick to the
The
plate now.
shortstop, 0, Brandon Bardick.
Now the spectators really know it because I said it and then Joe said it.
Yeah, but I don't think Mike's picking you up, which is good.
That's good.
No, it's probably not picking us up, but
So you're saying I need to speak louder.
Well, no, I'm saying because earlier when we were setting up our cameras, I did hear a little bit of chatter.
Okay.
That was during the hot mic.
You were
Nothing
saying,
bad.
You were saying hot mic, and I had no clue what you meant.
Yeah, I told Pat to say hot mic in terms of the PA.
I thought Joe could be trusted. Count now 2-0 on Bardick. And Bardick takes out of the zone for ball 3. (3-0). Up and in, ball 4. Cohen has lost the strike zone here, and the Dolphins will send it back to the top of the order with 2 on and just 1 out. And that might do it for Cohen. We'll see if this is a discussion or a pitching change. I lean toward discussion in a 10-run game. What do you really say here other than we're up 10? Just calm down and throw strikes.
Yeah, just find the zone.
Dolphins have arrived at that part of the order that can really make you pay if you throw a get-me-over breaking ball. You know, I did not realize there was another game going on.
I
behind
heard
us.
the crack of the bat, and then there was a foul ball that just got hit over here. I had no clue either. I think everyone thought they were losing their minds for a second.
The center fielder, number 11, Jamel Vera.
Everyone heard the crack of the bat, and they were very confused.
I was very confused. Jamel Vera to the plate. 2 on, 1 out for the Dolphins, and Vera took a big cut at that first pitch.
Yeah, he was looking for that scoreboard out in right field.
He was looking for Nassau Coliseum. Though Nassau Coliseum's in left center. That one fouled straight back into the netting. Once again, none of our crew members flinched.
Wonder if Matt's still up there. He went up there a while ago.
He's still up there.
He's still up there.
He's very much still up there.
I got told like 2 innings ago.
He's up there.
He has to protect the equipment.
That's perfect. That's taken up and in.
Got some high drama going on in Flushing right now, Joe. Queens made it 7-6. They had first and second, nobody out. Now it's first and second, 2 outs, or first and third, 2 outs, with a full count in a 1-run game.
Season on the line for the Knights as Vera chases way downstairs and strikes out swinging.
Big puncher right there by Cohen.
The right fielder, number 38, Jack Kehoe.
Jack Kehoe to the plate. Kehoe 1 for 3, and he swings and misses nothing in 1.
Bases now loaded in that game with 2 outs. A 1-run game. Got a thriller going on.
Whatever they said to Cohen appears to be working. He's ahead 0-1 and misses badly there. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And sometimes you need that pep talk.
Yeah, that's rather jarring, hearing the contact of bat to ball while we're calling a game over here. The 1-1. Inside, 2 balls, 1 strike.
Be tough for the spectators, too, that are here for this game because
Head up.
any foul ball, you really are you don't know until someone says heads up.
Yeah, that's tough. And the 2-1's on the inside corner, 2-2. Two, bounced foul. There's a bouncer on the infield. Kehoe running it out, and the throw just beat him. And that will do it for the Dolphins in the 8th inning. CSI strands 2, and they still trail 11-1 as we head to the 9th. Ninth inning getting underway from Uniondale with Molloy leading Staten Island 11-1. New pitcher for the Dolphins, Anthony Abruzzi. And Nick, as you and I spoke about earlier, that will likely close the door on the career of Alex Martinez as a Dolphin. Getting his final outing in relief, pitched a couple of innings behind Mikey first.
Yeah, barring a potential chance that maybe he pitches tomorrow, which I doubt it, but I guess you really never know. But we'll have to see what the Dolphins and Tail do tomorrow for the seniors that will be graduating at the end of the year.
I would suspect that seniors all get another outing if they haven't had one already during the final 2 games of this series. Meanwhile, Anthony Marcello bounces out to Weigel at third. Romance with the stretch and the scoop. 1 gone here in the 9th.
The center fielder, number 10, Joe Barisi.
Joe Barisi to the plate here. 1 for 2 thus far. Had that sac fly and has walked. That sacrifice fly, Nick, I said it before, I'll say it again. Such an unusual play. I can't remember the last time we saw 2 runs come home on a sac fly. I don't think we've ever seen it. We've seen a run score from second, but never 2 runs score on the same sac fly.
Yeah, I think it just speaks volumes to how far that ball was hit, because Keogh had to go a long way to go get that one, and then he had to make a quick throw. I don't think he anticipated, I don't think anyone with the Dolphins obviously anticipated that second runner coming all the way from second base.
And it didn't seem like they were caught off guard on the relay, but the throw was there, and Ortega just couldn't pick up exactly where the runner was. The count 1-2 here on Barisi. Backs out of the way of that breaking ball, 2-2. I would love to picture-in-picture full screen softball while we're in a break between games.
Yeah, we tried that once.
Well, we can because we're on your hot spot, so we probably can. Let's see. That one's hitting the air, falling fast in right field. It drops in front of Kehoe and bounces over his glove. Barisi heads to second, and that's good heads-up base running by the Lions center fielder as he's in with a 1-out double.
That took a wicked bounce out in right field. Really nothing Keogh could do on that one.
Nope.
The shortstop, number 6, Mike Sweeney.
I think he got caught in the middle there thinking, okay, maybe I can make a play on this. And then when he realized he couldn't, he had charged in so much that the high bounce got over his glove. They have gone to the third, and it's 1-0 stack. We're going to try it. In between games, we're going to try the split screen, or effectively a full screen. You know, what we'll do, we'll put maybe about half the screen. We'll put a message on the bottom, let everyone know that until our game starts, you can check out softball. There's a breaking ball for a strike. Oh, 0-2 the count on Mike Sweeney. He's 1 for 4. That's taken low. We wait the 1-2 as Abruzzi looks towards second. That's low and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And that one's fouled away. Battle continues between Sweeney and Abruzzi. Barisi, the runner on second. 1 away here in the 9th. And again, a defensive cut by Sweeney. He just got a piece.
Had to go down and get that one. Not an easy cut right there.
tell you, whatever's going on the field behind us is drawing the attention of the crowd.
It certainly is.
Count 2-2 here on Sweeney. Bouncer to third. Weigel will throw to first in time. 2 away in the inning as Barisi moves up to third.
Our guy John Franco, right?
Our guy.
The third baseman, number 27, John Franco.
I don't know if we necessarily term our guy.
Their guy.
Their guy.
No, we're unbiased. John Franco to the plate here.
He did some nice. The Major League Baseball player, I should clarify. I'm sure he's remembered for a lot of things in Queens for a couple of different reasons.
A lot of Mets fans around these parts. First pitch, breaking ball low, 1-0.
He's an avid supporter of St. John's. Of course, went to St. John's as well. But I usually see him when I go to the basketball games. He's usually a common visitor.
And that is hit a mile high toward the parking garage. Out of play. Never would have considered that parking lot behind the walls a danger zone, but with a swing like that, maybe it is.
Especially with the 2 swings that Welsh has also had today, too.
That's very true. One of those home runs got caught in the net. So I think they have a makeshift batting cage back there as that's lined into left field for a base hit. Into scores Barisi, and in his first at-bat off the bench, John Franco has an RBI single.
It's another 2-out base knock for the Lions here today. Another run comes to score.
Meanwhile, over at softball,
Is this guy at first now?
the Dolphins just had a miserable play on the base paths. I was about to say they had the first 2 on in the third,
Now
but
pinch hitting for the Lions,
boy, that's bad.
Number 18, Matt Nolan.
So over at softball, the Dolphins had first and second with nobody out, the tying run in scoring position, and their lead runner got picked off of second base on a throw from behind the plate.
Yeah, a situation where you're down to run early, but you're needing a win to get a playoff spot. That's stuff that cannot happen this late in the season.
That one hurts, and it looked like the right call. I'm going to get a look at it again. You know what? I'm not so sure as that's it out to right field. Kehoe there waiting, and he makes the catch. Matt Nolan, another pinch hitter for Molloy, quickly retired, and that will do it for the Lions in the top of the 9th inning. Dolphins comes to bat, now trailing by 11. Our score, Molloy 12 and Staten Island 1. Jason Romance will lead off for the Dolphins in the bottom half of the 9th inning. CSI in an 11-run hole. That's been quiet since the early going in this game. The Dolphins, I believe, entering the 4th inning, had 1 run on 4 hits. Since then, just 1 hit. And I believe that hit belongs to Romance. He's 1 for 3.
Your knowledge is getting back to you.
What's getting back to me?
Your knowledge.
Oh. The Silver Dome.
There you go.
That's taken high. Count 2-1 on Romance. 3, 4, and 5 due up for the Dolphins here in the 9th inning. Ziggy Cohen back to the mound for Molloy. Meanwhile, we were talking softball before we went to break. The Dolphins had first and second, nobody out to begin the 3rd, but Alyssa Acosta was picked off of second base from behind home plate. Dolphins were very quickly retired after that. It's still 1-0 Spartans as they head to the home 4th inning. Make that the home 3rd.
Almost.
Have to remember the Dolphins are actually the road team in that game.
That one's the actual road team.
Yeah, you should probably hit
There you go.
that. There you go. Had a few of those today. Count full on Romance, 3-2. And he fouls that one away. Romance has already walked in this game, 1 for 3. Behind Romance, Jaden Waterman and Patrick Hassel are due up. And Romance fouls away another.
Look out. Joe, you didn't see that.
I did not.
Oh my God.
Calabrese, that was too close for cover, what you just said. So, Joe, it hit a light, and glass just shattered. They had to stop play.
That's crazy.
Wow.
Holy moly.
Calabrese was mere seconds away from getting us off the air.
Why, did he flinch?
No.
Okay.
I very clearly substituted a certain word.
Sir,
The
Yeah.
other F word, Joseph.
Yeah.
Sam Whalen did not, by the way.
Joseph.
He just called out Sam, too. Threw him under the bus. Wow. His Romance is out swinging for the first
Romance
out.
strikes out on the breaking ball.
That's incredible.
Foul ball takes out the light. Shattered glass.
I
Heads
saw
up.
stuff falling. I'll make the point in a second.
Yeah.
The left fielder, number 1, Jaden Waterman.
Stephanie thought it was ice. Might have to get her eyes checked.
I thought maybe it was. I was like, wait, there's no trees there. I thought it was like leaves for a second or something.
Can't say we've seen that before.
No. That one hits the pole.
Waterman trying to make it
Insult to injury, I
He
guess.
almost had the all-time broadcaster jinx.
trying to make it 2 busted lights. So for those who didn't follow, that foul ball off the bat of Romance broke one of the stadium lights, and the glass then sprinkled among the spectators. Now I'm looking with every foul ball.
I couldn't tell you which one exactly it hit.
Me either, because I can't see it.
You're right. I couldn't even tell you either. I was looking at the game in Flushing. I completely missed it until I saw
You
glass
have your
at the very
eyes in
end.
Flushing. I have my eyes in the corner of the room.
You have your eyes on Spark
A
Hill.
face full of wall.
Queenstown to file out, so chance for Mercy to knock out the Knights.
With the conclusion of that game, if the score holds, the field will be set. Will the seating be set? Not yet.
I don't think it will be set. I'll double
Okay.
check it though. Chance though for Queens to walk it off. They have the winning run at the plate.
Bouncer foul off the bat of Waterman. It stays 2-2. Chopper toward third. And coming in to make the play, charging toward the green turf was Franco. His strong throw in time, and the Dolphins are down to their final out.
designated hitter, number 30, Patrick Hassel.
Patrick Hassel to the plate now. Hassel drew a walk in his first at-bat off the bench. And that one's fouled back.
They've gone final. Mercy holds on 7-6.
Queens is out. Deauville is in. And the field of four is set. As that one's popped up. Will it stay playable?
No.
It will not. Instead, did it end up in the Dolphins' dugout or on top?
On top.
Okay. Dolphins now down to their final strike.
In between games, Joe, I'll look at the potential seeding outcomes now for those teams remaining. So that will do it.
And Molloy takes game one from the College of Staten Island as Hassel goes down on strikes to end it. Our final score, the Lions 12 and the Dolphins 1. Game two set to begin in approximately 30 minutes. I would suspect we're looking at a start time of about 3:30 for the second game of today's East Coast Conference doubleheader. Final line from Molloy, 12 runs on 18 hits, 1 error for the Dolphins.
Your final score after game one, the Molloy University Lions 12 and your CSI Dolphins 1.
Go ahead, Joe.
Game two will start at approximately 3:30.
There you go.
For the Dolphins, 1 run on 5 hits, 1 error. Joe was sure to get his announcements in mid-sentence, so I appreciate that. But, Nick, for you and I, just one more broadcast of CSI Baseball on the schedule the rest of the way, and that's coming up next. As we mentioned, we're looking at an approximate start time of 3:30 p.m. Dolphins and Lions, Game 2 coming up next. Same stream, same place. CSI Sportsnet has you covered here on Flow College. We will have a picture-in-picture view of the softball game on the screen, and baseball returns at approximately 3:30. Live from the Mitchell Athletic Complex in Uniondale, New York, CSI Sportsnet welcomes you back into East Coast Conference baseball coverage, streaming exclusively on Flow College. In Game 2 of today's ECC doubleheader, the College of Staten Island Dolphins take on the Lions of Molloy University. Good afternoon, everybody. Once again, this is Joe Foreman, joined by Nicholas Pavona. And Nick, we did speculate as to who would start Game 2 for the Dolphins on the mound, and it is indeed Nick Pusinelli. Pusinelli has gotten a start this year. In fact, he's gotten a couple. He starts for the third time here against the Lions in Game 2.
Yeah, as you mentioned, his third start of the season, his 11th appearance of the season for Pusinelli this year. 11.12 ERA. He has pitched 17 innings, 26 hits, 25 runs, 21 earned, 15 walks, and 16 strikeouts on the season.
And you get a look at Pusinelli's numbers this year. He's had a couple of outings that have gone longer than 3 innings. His most recent outing against Mercy went 5 1/3, 5 runs on 8 hits. All of those were earned. He walked 2 and struck out 3. But you have to think, Nick, and of course we have Nick on the mound as well, but I'm referring to you, Nicholas Pavona.
I wasn't confused.
For the moment. I know you weren't, but you know, Nick Pavona. You have to think that for Nick Pusinelli, this very well could be an audition to begin next season in the rotation. That's something to keep in mind for the junior.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Alex Martinez earlier pitch in the first game, and we talked about how he converted from a reliever to a full-time starter. So that very well could be the case.
That is certainly something to watch for Pusinelli. This will very likely be his final outing of the season. Getting a start here, I do not think we will see him pitch in the game tomorrow. So the Dolphins are hoping for big things from their right-handed starting pitcher. And very quickly, we'll get you the lineup he is going to face 1 through 9.
The shortstop, number 6, Mike Sweeney.
I only did that because he was trying to motion to us.
Well, he's got to motion harder.
Fair enough.
It's tough to grab my attention. That pitch taken low and away.
You're making comments about me on the ride home. That comment right there could have been tough.
You spend enough time.
No Buffalo Wild Wings for me.
Yep. Joe is going to have to sit. He's going to have to sit at the high top. We get the booth. Of course, post game, just about, I'd say every game for us.
Let's tie it all in.
Just about every game, post game, our crew enjoys a meal at our great sponsor, Buffalo Wild Wings. Be sure to show your CSI Dolphin card for 10% off at Buffalo Wild Wings. And if you're not dining in, you better be a Blazing Rewards member. There's some great merch. I say it every game, Nick.
Yes, you do.
But before Joe's announcements rudely interrupted us, 1 through 9 from Molloy in the batting order. At the plate here, Mike Sweeney, he led off game 1. Breaking ball in for a strike, count 2-2. Behind him, Franco, Welsh, Mulqueen, Emhoff, Coogan, Valerio, Taggart, Serrano. And on the mound will be Artie Green. 2-2. Off the outside edge, 3-2. In the field for the Dolphins, first to third on the infield, Romance, Flashner, Bardick, and Weigel. Left to right in the outfield, Waterman, Vera, Kehoe. Behind the plate, J.J. Hunter. Chris Riley will be the DH. That one's fouled back. It stays 3-2 on Sweeney. We did try and get you a picture-in-picture look at CSI softball, but the cabling and the tech not cooperating. However, that game is 9-0 Stack over CSI in the bottom of the 4th inning. That one's popped up in foul ground. Hunter moving back on it, and he makes the catch.
The third baseman, number 27, John Franco.
That will bring John Franco to the plate. He was 1 for 1 with an RBI base hit during game 1. Ahead of him, Sweeney was 1 for 5. Perhaps a mildly surprising omission from the lineup, Brian Sanchez, who went 3 for 5.
Yeah, very good defense over at third base and had a very good hitting day as well in that first game.
First pitch on the way. That's taken low, ball 1. In case you missed it, the East Coast Conference Baseball playoff field became set during our first game, at least the 4 teams. That pitch in for a strike, 1-1. The Dolphins were eliminated yesterday. The Queens College Knights were eliminated earlier today. Mercy knocked them off to ensure Queens would not reach the playoffs. That clinches a spot for Duville. That pitch straight to the backstop.
Yeah, the only things remaining are now to decide the seeding in the conference from 2 to 4.
Well, if you're the Dolphins coming off your best season at the D2 level last year, missing the postseason is certainly disappointing. They did lose some key players from last year, especially at the plate, but you lost Ryan Kehoe, one of your top arms as well. A.J. Vigliotti and Chris Palomini, of course, lost from last year. And in terms of average, you're looking at, I believe, 2 of your top 3 hitters gone. And in terms of wins from starting pitching, Kehoe was your leader in wins as Franco has 1 out base hit. But that's a lot to overcome, and considering what this team accomplished at the plate, you can't hate it.
The first baseman, number 15, Sean Welch.
Yeah, Joe's just going to have to go for the visitors while we're talking. But you can't hate what you did at the plate this year. I think when it comes down to it, we've said it more than once, the outs late in games have been the Achilles heel for this team.
Yeah, there were a few games this season where the Dolphins, had a lead late in the game, whether it be a 9-inning game or a 7-inning game, and it got away from them. And even, one of the games that we called in Flushing, they were up 10-0 in that game against Duville, and it just slipped away from them at the very end, as the game was progressing. So it's games like that that unfortunately got away from CSI and ultimately, unfortunately, cost them a playoff opportunity.
We talk a lot about the pitching and the outs late in games, but when you look at the overall picture, the ERA this year, 8.61 for the Dolphins. Last year it was 8.05. So a bit more than half a run.
Was that a foul ball?
From the other game.
Wow. That's not great.
No, that's not good. Our cameras are up there.
Yeah.
That was a loud thud. Fortunately, that did not contact any equipment.
We're good now, but now you got me a little bit worried.
I'm a lot bit worried. Sean Welsh, the batter, pops one up foul.
How about the game Welsh had in Game 1? 2 mammoth home runs out into left field, 5 RBIs. Might have been the game-clinching performance to get him the Conference Player of the Year.
If there's one thing I can say and be absolutely sure about it, it's that anyone who parked behind the left field wall has not seen Sean Welsh swing the bat in this facility.
That's true.
Count
3-2.
full here, 3-2.
Well, Joe, we mentioned the score out in Sparkhill. Dolphins now effectively down to their last 3 outs in that game.
Franco was running on that pitch, 3-2, and Welsh takes ball 4 to put 2 on for Molloy, 1 out here in the first.
The right fielder, number 26, Steve Mulqueen.
That will bring up Steve Mulqueen. First pitch breaking ball in for a strike, 0-1. Mulqueen was 1 for 5 in the early game. He 0-1. And Mulqueen went around on the half swing, got tied up by the breaking ball. If the live scoreboard is correct, the Dolphins are down to their final out in Sparkhill. We'll have our eye on that game to its conclusion, and then Game 2 will get underway at some point during this game. The 1-2. Bounced right back to Pusinelli. He throws to second and airmails it. The ball ends up in center field. That will bring home a run. It's a throwing error on the Dolphins starter, Pusinelli. And it's 1-0 Molloy here in the top of the first.
The left fielder, number 5, Charlie Emhoff.
That was one, Joe, where Bardick wasn't on the base just yet. He made the throw, but he put a little bit too much on that throw, and it cost the Dolphins a run right there.
Well, you see that from time to time when pitchers are forced to throw to bases. And I think whenever you have a fielder in motion toward a base, you're holding your breath there as a coach. And in that situation, Pusinelli just airmailed it. The throw was on target, just way too high. It was in line with the moving Bardick, and it just sailed over his glove. He never had a chance.
Also note they have gone final in Sparkhill.
Dolphins drop Game 1 of that doubleheader 9-0, and if the Dolphins cannot win in Game 2, their playoff fate will hang in the balance for at least another 20 hours or so, maybe a bit less. They get underway on Staten Island tomorrow at noon. Nick and I will be on the call for that. It will be our last Sportsnet broadcast on Flow College this season. It's been quite the first year on Flow, hasn't it?
It certainly has been. A lot of runs. A lot of runs.
Yeah, that's for sure. That pitch taken high by Emhoff. You know what I always say, Nick? No regrets.
No regrets. I wonder if Pat regrets that joke he just made before.
That pitch low and away, and no chance for a throw from behind the plate there. Hunter had to watch as the runner moves up to second. Mulqueen now in scoring position. Welsh still at third. The count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes on Emhoff with just 1 out here in the first inning. Breaking ball fouled away again. Jack Coogan, who had a big game one, stands on deck. He was 3 for 5 with a couple of runs batted in during the early game. 2-2 is swung on and missed. A good off-speed pitch. And Pusinelli has his first strikeout. That keeps the runners stationed at second and third. And now it's left to Coogan.
The designated hitter, number 8, Jack Coogan.
It's a nice breaking ball from Pusinelli right there to get that strikeout. And we saw the Lions in game one, Joe. Had a lot of big hits with 2 outs to bring home some runs. Pusinelli avoid that here with Coogan up at the plate with 2 gone and 2 on.
First pitch to Coogan in for a strike, 0-1. Base hit here puts the Dolphins in an early 3-run hole yet again. If Pusinelli can get Coogan out, then we have another line drive off the light fixture.
I think they'll take
or
it
is
off.
it the backstop?
It was off the backstop.
Okay, backstop.
I think they'll take that any day. Just keep it away from the lights at this point.
Fair enough, especially the
Definitely
cameras.
the
Joe is
cameras.
right. Keep it away
Yeah,
from the
definitely,
cameras.
Definitely.
Pusinelli ahead 0-2 and just misses off the corner, 1-2.
Yeah, Hunter trying to frame that one from behind the plate, but no avail right there.
This is a really big out for Pusinelli to get here. 1-0 and 3-0 against this team. Major difference. And he just missed once again. Count even, 2-2. And that's it on the ground toward the middle. Bardick has it, and his throw to first is wide. Romance had to reach up and try and snag it. He could not make the grab, and even then, the throw took him off the base. That brings home 2, and the Dolphins now trail 3-0.
The second baseman, number 3, Jack Valerio.
Yeah, I mean, just 2 big errors in this inning, Joe. That's brought home all 3 runs for the Lions. And when we start, Bardick making some nice plays over at short in game 1, but a costly error right there brings home 2 runs, and it's a 3-run first inning once again for Molloy.
I think another question after that last play is, did Bardick have to hurry? Didn't think so.
I didn't think so either.
Did that ground ball hit the mound on the back end? Because it looked like it changed direction a little bit.
Well, Joe just thinks he's part of this broadcast posing questions to the audience. Did it hit the mound, Nick?
I didn't think it did. Fortunately, I didn't get the replay.
And that did hit Valerio. So a pair of Dolphin errors have brought home 3 runs here in the first inning. Just 1 hit from Molloy.
The catcher, number 34, Jeremy Taggart.
Pusinelli has issued a walk, but Nick, he's already at 35 pitches.
Yeah, it's been a very extensive first inning for him so far.
8th man to the plate for Molloy is Jeremy Taggart, as that was blocked behind the plate by Hunter. In the games we've covered here at Molloy, the Dolphins have just had a really rough time in the early innings, as that one was blocked by Hunter, but both runners move up.
Well, Taggart did not start game 1, but we saw him earlier on this season, Joe. He was in that 23-11 game where he went 4 for 6 with 4 RBIs in that game.
That pitch taken low and away. It's now 3-0.
He's hitting 364 on the season. It's been a nice season for him. In his 26th appearance and his 24th started game.
That one in there for strike. 3-1. Count now full, 3-2. First base is open. A base hit here likely makes it a 5-run game. Still a big out to get for Pusinelli. The payoff pitch. Hit on the ground, right back to the mound. Pusinelli tosses to first, and that will do it for the Lions in the first inning. 3 runs home from Molloy on 1 base hit, 2 costly Dolphin errors, and it's 3-0 Lions over Dolphins as we head to the home first inning. Bouncer off the bat of Jamel Vera, easily handled at second, and very quickly there's 1 out here in the home first inning.
Good old pitcher's best friend, I like to say.
Our crew is still
The
debating.
right fielder, number 38, Jack Kehoe.
Well, I don't think it's much of
Our crew is still debating whether or not there's a foul ball up on the roof. There's only one way to find out. That one's bounced foul by Jack Kehoe, 0-1.
I mean, I would tend to think there is one because it was a loud thud. That wasn't a foul ball.
Well, I'll tell you, if nobody finds out sooner, I'll find out.
Yeah. Something tells me you're going to have to probably find out.
Unless it rolled off the roof, it's up there.
It's possible.
It could have very easily come in through the opening. Count 0-1 on Kehoe. Kehoe was 1 for 4 in the early game. He's now behind 0-2. Artie Green, another left-hander getting the start from Molloy. And he strikes out Kehoe, 2 gone.
And Joe, I'll give you the numbers in just a moment on him. He's been arguably their top reliever in their bullpen this season.
The first baseman, number 44, Jason Romance.
This is his 14th appearance of the year, his first start of the season. But in 19 innings pitched, he's allowed 11 hits, 4 runs, 2 earned, 9 walks, 14 strikeouts, an ERA of .95 on the season.
I think the question mark coming into this game is how long will the Lions leave him out there?
His longest outing of the season was 3 innings against Dewville a couple weeks ago.
So you think a 3-inning stint if everything goes well?
I could see that being the case. I don't think you want to maybe stretch out, to 5, only because it's obviously a 7-inning game. So I think at the very most it may be 4 innings, depending on pitch count.
Romance behind 1 and 2 takes low, and Romance did not like those 2 strike calls. 2-2. Hit on the ground to the right side. Sliding stop on the backhand. Romance racing for first. But a nice job by Green to cover. A good stop by Welsh. And that will do it for the Dolphins as they go down 1-2-3 in the home first inning. We head to the second in Uniondale. Molloy over Staten Island, 3-0. Sean Serrano will lead off for Molloy in the second inning. Lions on top of the Dolphins 3-0 in the 7-inning Game 2 of today's East Coast Conference doubleheader. That pitch low and away for ball 1. Now they have Pusinelli with 1 earned run, Nick. Is that right?
Well, with the 2 errors,
I think it should be none. They'll fix it.
Well, Joe, we don't want to.
Don't want to what?
Maybe conversation for off the air, but
Okay.
Let's just say there was a nice. I don't want to say maybe not nice, but there was a conversation had after Game 1.
Oh, well. That one skied foul. Yeah, I don't think that conversation has anything to do with this.
No, it's not the same secret. There's a reason why I'm saying this. I'll speak it
You'll
after.
have to tell me during the break.
Yeah, I'll tell it during the break.
But that's, not allowing our audience to be in on the secret.
I know.
Something just unplugged. Hopefully that wasn't important.
I could not.
I don't know what that is, but it unplugged.
This?
It is.
I don't know what that is.
It's a receiver of some sort. As that's hit on the ground, Bardick has it. Throw a bit low, but Romance is able to scoop it up. And there's one away.
The shortstop, number 6, Mike Sweeney.
Back to the top of the order from Molloy with Mike Sweeney. Sweeney 0 for 1. Pusinelli very quickly got the first out, and then things began to move in a bad direction. A base hit. That was followed by a walk, and then the critical error.
You have to keep in mind, too, that the Lions also doing a good job on the base paths in terms of stolen bases. They've been providing a lot of problems for the Dolphins here in these two games.
You know, the run was earned, Nick. The run was earned because you can't assume a double play.
Right.
That one popped up foul. The botched double play happened with one out, right?
Yep.
Okay, then the run was earned. The run from third was earned. Unless it was first and second. Had they double stolen by then? Was it second and third yet?
It was.
If it was first and second,
I'll tell you this.
then the run is unearned. It might have been first and second as Sweeney has a base hit.
The third baseman, number 27, John Franco.
No, they were first and second?
First and second.
Unearned. I just watched it change twice, too. We're giving them fits over there. It's unearned. It only would have been earned if it was second and third because you can't assume the double play. And that ball got by Hunter. I believe Sweeney was going on that pitch as well, so he steals second. Very quickly, the Lions have another man in scoring position. At the plate, John Franco. He's 1 for 1. Runner going again, and the breaking ball gives Hunter no chance to throw. That one hit in the air. Shallow right field, long run for Kehoe. And we have a play at the plate here, the throw coming home, and they will not send the runner. Sweeney held at third.
The first baseman, number 15, Sean Welch.
I don't think it would happen, Joe. Do you think about maybe an unintentional walk here with the first base open?
I mean, you have a very dangerous hitter on deck anyway, so I probably wouldn't. You can pitch carefully, that's for sure. But you certainly don't want to give away a run throwing one to the backstop here. What would you call this? Like a medium backstop or a close? It's like a medium close backstop, I'd say.
Medium close, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that how you like your steak?
I've never heard a steak ordered medium close, but to answer Joe's question, I usually go medium well because I always assume they'll undercook it, and I'll get it medium. That's usually what happens.
I did not think we were getting to that part of the conversation.
You started it.
What about medium Welch?
So Pat said, how about medium Welsh?
That arguably was worse than the first joke he made.
I would disagree.
So clever.
Don't money.
They learn from the best. Right, guys? As that's hit pretty well to left. Waterman ranging back, should have room. And he makes the catch just shy of the warning track. Welsh made a bid for a third home run on the afternoon, but he comes up short as the Lions strand a man at third. We head to the bottom half of the second. Molloy leads Staten Island 3-0. Jaden Waterman will lead off for the Dolphins in the home second. Molloy leading Staten Island 3-0. It was a 9-pitch, 1-2-3 first inning for Artie Green. And his first pitch in the second misses inside, ball 1.
Green only needed 9 pitches to get out of that first inning, too.
Well, the rest of our crew is going to have a very good laugh at that. I just said that.
No one said anything.
Well, they heard it.
What, did they hear that because you said it?
Bavona pulled the foreman.
See?
Yeah, I did say it was a 1-2-3 9-pitch first inning.
I didn't hear the 9 part.
Yeah. You were so eager to drop the knowledge. The Colossal Dome strikes again.
We got to stop. we got to stop. We got to stop.
Yeah, well, it's Joe's fault. They were calling me bird brain in the office. Allegedly, I was born in the year of the rooster.
But I was kidding.
Oh, he was kidding. Well, they weren't. Look what you started. Waterman fouls that one back. It stays 3-2.
And you got to do some nice, what is it, Marvel plush doll? Is that
That's
what
true.
you call them?
I did say I am the Iron Man of our crew. I would sacrifice myself for all of you.
I'm trying to think if I believe
The
that or not.
catcher, number 19, J.J. Hunter.
Because I'm not going to lie, I feel like there might be some people that might be not the case.
We won't say who those people are.
Yeah. Let's say most of the crew.
Most of the crew.
There you go.
Hunter takes outside. J.J. Hunter getting his second consecutive start. Designated hitter in Game 1, behind the plate here in Game 2. It's a very lively press box.
The conversation they were just having a second ago about the pitch clock was insanity.
Hunter ahead 2-0. Held up the swing and takes a strike.
Oh, we got to find a way to get the broadcast back on the rails. We can't possibly get off the rails like Heroes Night. Can't possibly do that again.
Well, that game, to be fair, it was a 6-run game in the 8th inning. And then when unwanted guests decided to make their presence felt, it changed the dynamic a bit.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying, but you also force the hand, which is the problem, by bringing up.
I can't force anybody to do anything.
You're not wrong.
Or maybe I can, but, you know. A provocateur, one might say I was.
Provocateur. That's
the only provocateur on that broadcast was Sam Whalen. As Hunter grounds one toward the hole and through for a base hit. Waterman up to second. He will stop there. And the Dolphins have the first 2 men on here in the second.
The second baseman, number 3, Michael Fleschner.
Well, Joe, we saw him bunt in Game 1. If there was ever a time that we could see it happen again, I think now might be the time.
I would be shocked.
I would too, but I wouldn't be surprised as much.
Yeah, it's not going to happen as he ducks out of the way of that pitch.
I don't necessarily
Nick,
condone doing it.
In my opinion, and this is just me, I think the time for small ball is probably done. The Dolphins eliminated from playoff contention, trailing by 3. If it was a 1-run game, by all means, I could see them bunting. But trailing by 3, I just don't see it. I still don't see it, Nick. He was taking all the way there, Nick. He did not show bunt on the first pitch.
I know, but it was the timing of that couldn't have been any better.
I just don't see any way.
Oh, don't say those words. You know how many times that's gotten the worst of us?
I'm numb to it at this point.
And by us, I mean Louis Matrone.
He's showing bunt, and he lays it down. And they might not have a play on him, and the throw gets away. Well, that worked out well. If you're the Dolphins, 1 run in to score. They are
both.
waving Hunter home. That ball is still lost up against the fence, and it turns into a 3-base bunt single for Michael Flashner.
Well. Who read the scouting report on that one?
Yeah, Colossal Dome.
Just go back to Nick Stradamus at that point.
Nick Stradamus. That is true. They do call me Jinx Platinum for a reason. I think I put the hex on Molloy there.
And what did you say before that pitch? There's just no way. What?
What do I know?
Every time someone says that on this crew.
That's very true. That's very true.
Every time. You know
Nick,
the opposite's about to happen.
I said I'd be shocked. I'm still shocked.
I'm sure you
and
are.
not only did they bunted it right back to the pitcher.
Right. And it worked in their favor.
I made the point during game 1, Nick. I think going up against a lefty really matters in that situation. It makes it a much tougher play. Much tougher. And I think because you had a lefty on the mound, it made that throw more difficult, leading to the ball hitting the runner.
The designated hitter, number 4, Chris Riley.
I couldn't tell if Joe was telling us to be quiet for a second or tell us that there was only one mound visit remaining.
Never know.
Never know. But a chance here for the senior to get the Dolphins a chance to tie the game.
That's it deep down the left field line toward the corner. Foul ball.
Hold your breath.
The entire Dolphin contingent on the edge of their seats, including everyone in this press box, literally, because we couldn't see the left field corner.
Yep.
We all had to give it the old lean forward. And that one is a rocket shot into the corner. 2 good swings by Riley. And yet he's behind 0-2.
Yeah, he almost got his first career home run on that first swing.
With nobody out, the Dolphins just need him to put it in play. And he held up. Just barely.
Lion faithful certainly thought they had that one.
Count 1-2 on the Dolphins' designated hitter. And that's hit deep to left. Did he get enough of it? It does not appear so. Riley got under it, but that is good to tie the ball game. It's a sacrifice fly for Chris Riley, and the Dolphins are even. We're all tied at 3.
Well, Riley did the trick that you mentioned, Joe. Just get the ball in play, and he hit it deep enough into left field to bring home that run.
The third baseman, number 9, Vincent Weigel.
And you gave the line on Artie Green earlier, and Nick, with the 3 runs the Dolphins have scored here in the second, that is more earned runs than he's given up all season.
Right. An unfortunate break he had on that bunt.
There's a grounder to short. And the throw to first is in time. Now, I think there has to be an error on that.
Well, it depends because it hit him on the back, I think, no?
The shortstop, 0, Brandon Bardick.
Yeah, I don't think all of the runs can be earned yet. You give him a bunt single and then an error. I think there has to be an error on the throw for hitting the runner. So he should be on first base. He got 2 extra bases, sac fly, so 2 of the 3 runs are earned, right?
Yeah.
Or, yeah, 1 would have come in and the other runner
Would be a third.
Yeah, I think 1 is earned. I think just 1.
Right.
Because the other runner went first to third. Or the other runner went first to home. It was first and second, right?
Yeah.
Second to home and first to home. The
Yeah.
other runner should have been at most on second. So 1 earned run, they have it right. And very quickly, Brandon Bardick strikes out to end the inning. So the Dolphins put 3 on the board in the home half of inning number 2, and we are all tied as we head to the third. We have an all-new ball game to begin the third inning. Dolphins and Lions tied at 3. Both teams with 3 runs on 2 hits. The Lions with 1 error, the Dolphins with 2. And that pitch caught Mulqueen and Hunter.
You don't see that often where the batter gets hit and then it redirected to a spot where Hunter got hit.
Nobody's happy after that pitch.
No.
The left fielder, number 5, Charlie Emhoff.
Charlie Emhoff will be the batter. Meanwhile, they've just gotten underway for Game 2 in Sparkill. The Dolphins can clinch a spot in the ECC softball playoffs with a win. Emhoff 0 for 1, struck out his first time, and he takes low for ball 1. The Lions have been very eager to run on the Dolphins thus far. We'll see if that changes here. Mulqueen over at first. There's a grounder foul, 1-1.
How funny would it be if I said the Dolphins and Spartans got underway?
You know, that would have been
I only laughed myself.
humorous. It would have been humorous.
It would have only been humorous to myself.
I would have known that you were trolling
Yeah.
as a world-class troll myself.
Yeah, if you want to see my trolling.
There goes the runner. Throw high. Not in time.
Just look at my Instagram story after the Knicks won last night.
Ah, yes.
A lot of memes I posted.
That's okay. You know, it's been good for the last, 5 to 6 years now, but for much of my lifetime before that, the Knicks were not good.
No.
I was not a Knicks fan in 1999. I was also just 6 years old. As that one's dribbled down the line, the Dolphins will let it roll foul. But the Knicks had an okay year in 2003, 2004. They were the 8th seed, played the Nets. The Nets went on to lose in the conference finals to Detroit. Detroit then won the NBA finals. After that, the Knicks were not really any good again until
Carmelo Anthony got there.
2011?
Yeah.
2012?
Like around 2011.
Yeah.
It was a short stint. It was about a 3 or 4 year stretch.
Yep. They had the all-time bad year. I think it was in 15-16.
Yep.
And after that, some more dark times before they finally made the playoffs again with Julius Randle as the key point of emphasis offensively anyway. That was in the COVID year, right?
Yeah.
Was that their first year back?
No, it would be the year after, so 21. It's 21, 22.
Okay. They didn't make the playoffs during the shortened season?
No.
As that is in for a strike. I thought they did.
No. They did not.
The designated hitter, number 8, Jack Coogan.
Emhoff down looking. Thought he had ball 4.
Yeah, he threw the bat and everything. He
Yeah.
certainly thought he had it.
Sure did. Jack Coogan to the plate now. Coogan 0 for 1. They'll check on the runner at second. Mulqueen back in with plenty of time. I think it was their first year back in the playoffs. That was the year I flew down to Atlanta. 2 words.
Not again.
Never again.
Close
Never
enough.
again.
Close enough.
Not staying near the arena, that's for sure. No way. No way. People were so nice, though. The Hawks fans were so nice.
You keep going, huh?
Yeah, the Knicks got destroyed in both games, but the Hawks fans were so nice about it. They really were. People were really nice. That city is not safe. It's just the truth.
I will not ask you to clarify what you mean.
Breaking ball in for a strike.
Question's not going to be tomorrow night. Are they going to be at home against Philly, or are they going to Boston?
Well, that pitch just missed. I think for the sake of matchup, if you're a Knicks fan, you want Philadelphia. And for me, selfishly, if it's Philadelphia, I can go to the games.
Right.
The thing about Philadelphia is the sports complex is very much disconnected from the rest of the city, as that one's fouled away. If I recall, in Atlanta, the sports complex was at the very bottom of downtown, but very much still within the city, much like MSG is, much like Barclays is right in the middle of Brooklyn. Philly, the complex there is sort of disconnected. The 2-2 to Coogan with the runner going, and once again it's low. Hunter does not have the opportunity to throw, and over to third goes Mulqueen.
I think that's the same for Boston also. I think that's...
Yeah, Boston is right on the harbor, if I recall. TD Garden. I've only been to Boston in the arena, I think, twice.
Only Gillette.
I've been to Gillette for a Giants game.
Hey, you got a doozy of a game there.
Oh, it was so cold.
Did you laugh as much as Young Wei Koo missing that kick?
I was there on business. Didn't really watch the game.
There was a crazy story that came about that I'll show you at some point.
Count full on Coogan, 3-2. And that's it on one hop. Weigel coming home, and Mulqueen is in a rundown. He would have been back in at
Yeah,
third.
he would have been safe.
And
he's out of the baseline
He's out
now.
of the baseline. Mulqueen is out. And he would have been safe at third if he went back.
No question about it.
Yep. All he had to do was slide. You have to be careful, too, with the rundown if you're the third baseman or any defensive player involved in that play. You have to give the runner room to get back. If you run him over,
Baseman, number 3, Jack Valerio.
if you run him over, they'll get you for the interference.
All right.
But if he slides back in, Mulqueen, he's safe. Made the about face and turned back toward home. First pitch to Jack Valerio, just out of the zone, ball 1. And now, with that play, the Dolphins have a chance to get out of this inning unscathed.
Keep in mind, Coogan did go over to second base, so they do still have a runner in scoring position. But now there's 2 outs.
Another breaking ball, and we've seen a lot of that in this game. It's a big reason why the Lions have been so aggressive on the bases. This is badly for ball 3, but to put a bow on our discussion from before, I would say that for me, of the arenas I've been to, Boston is definitely second to MSG for me. Very similar setup. That's it for strike.
I have a funny shirt I'm wearing today that,
I did see that.
only one guarded, in my opinion.
Now, was Boston's arena always the Garden? As the 3-1 misses for ball 4, or did it adopt that name when TD gained the sponsorship rights?
I gotta believe it's when TD gained the sponsorship rights. I could be wrong.
Catcher, number 34, Jeremy Taggart.
That will bring up Jeremy Taggart. Taggart 0 for 1. Count 0-1 on the Lions catcher. How long this inning has gone, You would think that a run had to be home already. That is not the case. That rundown gave the Dolphins a big second out, but they're not out of the woods yet. A look towards second by Pusinelli. Now the 1-1 is not close. And that's been the alarming part about his misses. They have not been competitive.
Yeah, and you're facing a hitter that is hitting over 360 on the season. Well, be it hasn't been in every single game this year, but he's made the most of his opportunities in the 20-plus games he has played.
2-1. Off the corner, 3-1. Pusinelli has allowed just 2 hits, but he's walked a couple. I believe he's hit 1, if memory serves, make it 2. And there's ball 4. Sean Serrano coming to the plate.
The center fielder, number 1, Sean Serrano.
And Nick, I think if he loses him to a walk, that might be all.
Yeah, the pitch count now at 80 pitches here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if he walks another, Dolphins go to the bullpen. Stephanie can see the bullpen. Action or not, Steph?
I actually can't.
Oh, she actually can't see. All right, Steph, we're going to send you up to the roof. There is no ball on the roof.
There is no way Steph's going up there.
Nope.
I don't know, how bad does she want that custom puffer jacket?
Oh, in that case.
See? She wants it badly. We're gonna use that for the next 7 months. One and one the count on Serrano. And he takes low and in, ball 2.
I would tend to think, Joe, no matter what the outcome is, this very well could be his last batter of the game.
Yeah, I think with pitch count, it's certainly a possibility. But I think if he gets through this inning, you give him one more. But to get through it, I think he has to get this out. See? And there's another one of those misses that just hasn't been close.
He's now in danger of walking in a run.
Bases loaded, 2 outs, 3-1 count on Serrano. And I think he hit him, but it was tough to tell from our perspective. Either way, a run comes in to score, and we will see if Pusinelli gets another batter. Instead, I think he's going to get a talking to here, so it looks like he's going to stay in, Nick. Meanwhile, in Sparkill, it is 1-0 Stack over CSI on the softball diamond. Spartans threatening for more.
I'd be curious to see what the situation will be for the Dolphins here after another walk in the inning for Pusinelli, or if it was hit by a batter. Regardless, it was the same exact outcome. But he was out away after that rundown at third base.
The shortstop, number 6, Mike Sweeney.
And now, you're facing back to the top of the lineup. I think this is a really dangerous spot for the Dolphins here, where one swing can maybe get this game out of hand.
Yeah, I think the way the Dolphins are probably looking at this is we're at a point where if he gets this out, we might be able to get one more inning out of him. But I think if he doesn't get this out, you're probably not getting another inning either. So at that point, I think you'd be more inclined to pull the plug. 4 walks have been what is in large part run the pitch count up because he's only given up 2 hits. And now he's behind 2-0 on Sweeney and has nowhere to put him. That's taken low and away, and it's 3-0.
Yeah, of the 88 pitches he's thrown this game, 41 of those have been strikes.
That is a remarkable stat. There's ball 4. And command early in this game was not a massive issue. He had a couple of walks, but now he's walked 3 in the inning.
The third baseman, number 27, John Franco.
And there's still no action in terms of taking him out at this point.
Yeah, I think when you have the conversation, that probably bought him another batter. That pitch low and away, ball 1, and a lot of them, Nick, a lot of the misses haven't been close. I think that's the concern here. And if you're Molloy at this point, you're certainly taking 1 strike per at bat. That's up and away. Now, does that change on 2-0?
I think you're at the point where some of the pitches have been there, but they haven't really been able to get the strike call. I think you just, until you see any strikes thrown, I think you just keep your bat, on your shoulders.
There's ball 3. A walk would force home the 3rd run of the inning, right after the Dolphins got 3 of their own to get even. Breaking ball in for a strike. How about that on 3-0?
And I still think here on 3-1, I think I'm just keeping my bat on the shoulders if I'm Franco. Unless it's something really good, I think you just take this all the way.
It's now 2-0 stack over CSI, and Sparkill has a big swing and a miss. Franco wanted to clear the bases with that swing. Count full, 3-2. The merry-go-round will be in motion. And that's popped up. Romance moving toward the line. Makes the catch, and that will do it for Molloy in the 3rd. 2 runs home for the Lions. They now lead 5-3. Jamel Vera at the plate to begin the home 3rd inning. Dolphins now trail once again. It's 5-3 Molloy. Vera 0 for 1 thus far. And he takes a breaking ball inside. Count even 1 ball, 1 strike. Vera forced to back out of the way of that pitch, 2-1. And Vera thought that one was outside. Instead, it's called strike 2. 2-2. Chop foul. Vera barely got a piece there.
And he chased that one on the outside.
Count remains even at 2. Top of the order for the Dolphins due up here in the third. And Vera with an awkward cut at that breaking ball goes down on strikes.
The right fielder, number 38, Jack Kehoe.
Jack Kehoe will be the batter. Kehoe 0 for 1. He lays down a bunt, backhanded by Green, and that flip was about a foot short of first base. But they get Kehoe.
And Kehoe showing his frustrations on that one. Held the bat almost towards first base itself.
The first baseman, number 44, Jason Romance.
That will bring up Jason Romance.
What do you think about the bunt there?
Nick
Yeah.
can see my expression.
I'm with you on it.
It's a matter of, for me, at the end of the year, if you think strategically it's a good move, you do it as that lands foul. But more often than not, I don't get behind the bunt. That's just me. I think part of it is the fan in me. It's not necessarily a matter of strategy. But Kehoe came in hitting almost 370.
You would make a great Yankee fan. We don't like bunts. And
Well.
when we do bunt, it does not work.
We'll be at the stadium again on Monday. So that one's popped up, and it's going to be a very quick 1-2-3 inning for Artie Green. Dolphins go down in order in the third, and we head to the fourth with Molloy leading 5-3. Sean Welsh to the plate for Molloy to begin the fourth inning. For as long as the top half of the third was, the bottom half was equally quick. Dolphins went down on what seemed like, what do you think? Vera, I think, struck out on 5 or 6 pitches. Each of the next two batters went down immediately.
Well, Keogh with the bunt
bunt.
went down the first pitch.
And I think Romance popped up the first.
No, he
second.
Third. That's
a memory you got there. Now, I know the play-by-play, if you input the pitches, does track the pitch-by-pitch.
So how long was the first one?
Romance saw 2 pitches. Kehoe saw just 1.
Yeah. So I got one of them right.
Vera saw 6.
Okay.
So it was a 9-pitch inning. Second of the game for Green. 2 out of 3. Count 1-1 on Welsh. Nick Pusinelli back out there. Began the inning at 95 pitches. He's behind 2-1 here, but letting him back out there with 95 seems like the Dolphins were determined to get some length out of him in this game. He has a sharp breaking ball, but can't believe that was called a ball.
And do you think that strategy is because of how they're going to maybe try to counteract the final game of the season tomorrow? Is that maybe try saving someone?
I think the way that series are structured in the ECC, where you play 4 games, single, double, single.
The right fielder, number 26, Steve Mulqueen.
Had to let Joe get his announcement in, but I think the way that series are structured in the ECC, you have to be very deliberate about how you plan out your pitching. And I think that's the reason that we see arms sometimes, left in a game and hung out to dry in a sense for a little bit longer than you'd suspect they would be. It's tough to navigate your way through a 4-game series in 3 days with a doubleheader in the middle without a very precise plan. Once you get off track from that plan, you can find yourself in a really difficult position during that final game or even sooner. That one up and away, 1-1. Steve Mulqueen at the plate. He's 0 for 1 thus far. Does have an RBI, fielder's choice ground ball. The 1-1. Hit well to left center, and that will find the gap for extra bases. In to score is Welsh. He can walk home. And heading for third now is Mulqueen. He slides in safely with a triple.
Yeah, just no play out in left center for either of the Dolphins right there. It's a big triple. And Molloy now, once again, has a 3-run lead.
Was there a bobble at the wall? No. And Mulqueen beat that throw to third easily.
It looks like that would be all for Pusinelli on the day.
So Nick Pusinelli, now at 103 pitches, will come out of this game. At least so it appears. And the Dolphins, for the first time in this one, will go to the bullpen. We'll head to break. A runner on third, nobody out for Molloy. They now lead Staten Island 6-3. And we are back from Mitchell Athletic Field in Uniondale, where Ryan Fiore takes over for the Dolphins. And his first pitch is bounced to Vincent Weigel at third, and they get the out over at first base. Charlie Emhoff retired on just one pitch, and there's the first out in the road fourth inning.
The designated hitter, number 8, Jack Coogan.
For Fiore, this is his 16th appearance of the year. He's pitched 15 innings, 14 hits, 18 runs, 15 earned, 9 walks, and 12 strikeouts.
Fiore got a start 1 week ago in Dobbs Ferry. Dolphins won both of those games at Mercy. Looking to salvage a split here today. They need some big outs from Fiore in this spot. And he finds the zone there, 1-1. Coogan had the big game 1. He's 0 for 2 here in game 2. Dolphins have the infield in, and Fiore gloves the comebacker. He throws to first to retire Coogan, and staying put at third is Mulqueen.
How about that play right there from the mound?
Get the close look for that one. Fiore with the snag.
Give it to you in 1 sec.
The second baseman, number 3, Jack Valerio.
Have a good look at it on the live view. See him lunge down, make the play, and looked over at third base to make sure the runner wasn't going.
Look what I found, says the Dolphins senior. And now he's 1 out away from keeping that runner from scoring over at third. Jack Valerio at the plate without an official at bat. He has drawn a walk and been hit by a pitch. The 1-0. Big swing and a miss, 1-1. The 1-1 bounce to short. Bartik throws on to first with plenty of time to retire the side. Good job in relief by Ryan Fiore. He keeps this a 3-run ball game. Just 1 home in the inning for Molloy, and they now lead CSI 6-3.
Very long foul ball down the first base line, Joe. I know, obviously, out of your sight, but
Just a bit.
just a bit
Just
outside.
a bit.
Homage to Bob Uecker right there. Well, you tried to mute the mic.
Wrong one?
No, you did.
Okay.
But Pat and Joe insisted on saying pressure
Well,
anyway.
it would have come through yours. Thank you, crew.
I think it picked up anyway.
Thank you,
Doesn't
crew.
matter.
It happens. It's a sneeze. You're welcome. Better than me coughing.
That was bounced foul. Count 1-2 on Waterman. He's without an official at bat in this game. There's a chopper to the left side. Backhanded it short, and the throw beats Waterman for out number 1. That will bring up J.J. Hunter.
The catcher, number 19, J.J. Hunter.
First pitch to J.J. Hunter out of the zone for ball 1. Hunter 1 for 1 after starting at DH in the early game. Got the start behind the plate here in game 2. Hunter did not play the entire first game, which is probably in part due to his catching assignment here in game 2. Swing and a miss there by Hunter, 2-1. Breaking ball missed, 3-1.
Well, Green's still out there. We mentioned Joe earlier in this game here in the 4th. This is now officially his longest outing of the season. A big part of that reasoning is because of the pitch count he's got so far in this game.
Entering this at bat, Green had just 46. So that is just about as efficient as it gets, especially considering there was a 3-run inning in there as Hunter takes ball 4. And just like that, Jinx Platinum engaged.
It happens.
The second baseman, number 3, Michael Fleshner.
Michael Flashner at the plate takes a strike. Just when you thought there was not a chance and that you'd be shocked, Flashner laid down a bunt his last time up.
And by
you, I mean myself. And Flashner gets hit by the pitch. 2 on for the Dolphins and 1 out here in the 4th.
The designated hitter, number 4, Chris Riley.
Chris Riley last time up to the plate, Joe, got, of course, a sacrifice fly, but on the very first pitch he saw was a few feet away from his first career home run.
Riley comes to the plate here with 2 on. Chance to do some big damage if he can find a gap, and that's it deep to center. Battling the sun was the center fielder Serrano. He makes the catch, and both runners will hold.
Yeah, make good contact, but he was a little bit under on that one.
The third baseman, number 9, Vincent Weigel.
Riley once again hit that ball really well. Vincent Weigel to the plate. 2 on and 2 outs in a 3-run game here in the 4th. And Weigel takes low and in ball 1. And Weigel fouled that one off his shin. Count 1 ball and 1 strike on the Dolphin third baseman. Keep Keep in mind, this is a 7-inning game, the back half of a doubleheader. Time quickly running out on the Dolphins here. And Weigel takes up and away 2-1. And Weigel sends one into left field for a base hit. Hunter is being waved home, and he is in to score standing. It's an RBI single for Vincent Weigel, and the Dolphins are back to within 2. It's now 6-4.
You mentioned Weigel's hitting numbers on the season, Joe, in terms of RBIs. And another one right there with a 2-out RBI single.
The shortstop, 0, Brandon Bardick.
Brandon Bardick to the plate now. Bardick 0 for 1 thus far, behind 0-1 here. And the 0-1 forces Bardick to dance off the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike. Bardick struck out his first time up. Second pass through the order here for Artie Green. Behind Bardick, it's back to the top of the lineup. And there's a good breaking ball as Bardick swings through it 1-2.
You tend to think this is probably going to be Green's last inning of work regardless of what happens here. But if he can strain the 2 runners to get a strikeout, that'd be huge.
The 1-2. In there for strike 3 called. Bardick down looking, and the Dolphins will settle for just 1 in the home 4th inning. We head to the 5th here in Uniondale. Molloy now leads Staten Island 6-4. And we are back for the 5th inning as that one is chopped down the line. Fair ball. Weigel throw across the diamond right there. And Jeremy Taggart is retired on 1 pitch.
Another 1 pitch out to start the inning, but that one was not easy for Weigel over at third base.
The center fielder, number 1, Sean Serrano.
That will bring up Sean Serrano. So, Nick, I already know what you're looking up.
There's a reason why.
I know.
There's a reason why.
I ordered from them during COVID.
I did too. That was the story I was going to say.
So, yeah, Nick and I were reminiscing about old eateries on Staten Island. We were just notified that the final 2 Planet Wings are closing, so
Yes.
be sure to get your wings fix over at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Good save. There you go.
Joe knows if you're a possessor of a Dolphin card, in possession of a Dolphin card, 10% off. But the joke was, during COVID, if you were craving some pizza, Chuck E. Cheese was operating under a name that...
That's what I'm trying to figure out. What's the name?
What's the name of the character who's a chef? That's what they used.
It's with
Just
a P.
look
I
up
know.
the Chuck E. Cheese characters.
It's with a P. I know it is. I just don't remember the exact name.
The shortstop, number 6, Mike Sweeney.
Pasquale. That's what
Yeah.
it was. So
Yep.
I had no clue that it was.
Ah, you didn't know.
So I saw Pasquale, and I said to myself, because my friends and I, we like to, do what, Barstool sometimes does with the
Okay,
pizza.
got it.
You have one bite at certain places. So we said, let's try this place. We pulled up into the lot. I said, that's oddly familiar. This is the Chuck E. Cheese lot. And as we're pulling, I was like, wait a minute. I was like, is this just Chuck E. Cheese, but they're operating under this name?
So I think I told this story on the air once before, and we'll have to stay through break, as that's chopped to third. Weigel on the backhand throws out Sweeney.
Fiore's done a nice job out of the bullpen so far.
Sure has. Taggart, Serrano, Sweeney. Down 1-2-3, and we'll stay right here very quickly. Nick, you mentioned you were surprised when you pulled up to Pasquale's Pizzeria and realized it was Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah.
I was not surprised. I knew exactly
knew
who I was
exactly.
ordering from, and I hadn't been inside Chuck E. Cheese since I was probably 7 or 8 years old.
Yeah.
So
And this was during peak COVID, so it's
during peak COVID,
no
I
one
said,
was there
I
besides
said-
them making the food.
I said, you know what? If there's an opportunity to go into Chuck E. Cheese without looking like a weirdo,
This is the time.
now is it. So I went in and could not believe the overhaul I saw. Not the same place. The stage was the same.
I'm
Nothing
sure it
else
is.
was. And I think that's since been replaced.
That makes sense.
I think the stage has finally been updated, but that's my Pasquale's Pizzeria story.
Was
30
very,
seconds.
Very amazed when it happened, but we'll go to break.
30 seconds, and we'll be right back. Jamel Vera leads off for the Dolphins here in the home 5th inning.
Joe and I still reminiscing during during that short break.
Yeah. You know, the South Shore Plaza on Staten Island looking a lot different these days.
Yeah. The only thing that's stayed the same is, other than that, Chuck E. Cheese has been the DMV.
The DMV and Chuck E. Cheese, still staples. Burlington's been there for a while now.
That's true. That's true.
They find so. Speaking of reminiscing, the old Toys R Us by the Staten Island Mall now, Burlington.
Right. Right.
That Toys R Us was vacant for at least 5
It
or
was a
6
while.
years. Yeah,
It was a
very
while.
long time. Very long time.
It just doesn't feel the same when you go into that lot. There's a strike at the start of the inning to get the first out of the 5th, but you're right. What we were accustomed to as kids, just not the same.
The right fielder, number 38, Jack Kehoe.
I think the biggest difference between our generation and the generation that are active student athletes right now, so that's about, for me, a 15-year age difference between myself and the freshmen. I think the biggest difference is that we grew up with a lot more in-person entertainment.
Yes.
And the generation that is entering college now, most of them grew up being entertained almost exclusively by a screen.
Yeah.
We were the first, or I'd say the last, hybrid generation in that sense. As Jack Kehoe lines a base hit into shallow left center field. Dolphins now with a run-out base runner bring the tying run to the plate.
The first baseman, number 44, Jason Romance.
Another big difference, too, is I was definitely an avid gamer growing up, but online gaming, I didn't discover that until I was in high school.
Right.
Jason Romance at the plate checks the swing and takes ball one.
Yeah, obviously, the days of going to GameStop are very slim to none, if anything, at this rate. Everything
Well,
can be done online.
You're arriving at a point now where both major consoles on, I would say they're a lot more. Did we have another foul ball there?
Sounded like it.
Oh, boy. I grew up, I was a Nintendo kid, but in adulthood, it was PlayStation and Xbox, mostly Xbox. Those two consoles moving forward require you to be online to play your games.
Right.
And if that's the case, then what's the need for a physical copy? It does you no good.
Right. That's what I made that point when they were making the newer PlayStation. They had the physical copy, the digital copy, and I said the exact same thing. I said, what's the point of getting the physical copy if you're just going to have to purchase everything online to begin with? You might as well just get the online version.
Yeah. I think unless you're using it as a DVD player of some kind, you don't need the disc drive.
And even then, what's the point of that? Because now all those systems
everything is
have the
streaming
apps.
now.
Right.
And Romance takes a strike.
Romance certainly not happy with that one.
Count full now, 3-2.
It's a big pitch right here.
I wonder if the generation that came after us prioritizes owning any physical media at all. Do they care?
No.
3-2 is high for ball four, and that puts the tying run on base. Jaden Waterman coming to the plate with a chance to give the Dolphins the lead with one big swing.
Yeah, I think that will officially end Green's day.
Jaden Waterman.
We suspected the last inning Green maybe to come out, but he stayed in to start the fifth. And after getting that first out, so has a spot where the Dolphins, as you mentioned, with one swing could take the lead.
Well, they're talking to him here. I'm not sure he's coming out.
Might be right.
But while they talk it over, we can reminisce a bit more.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how important it would be to own a physical copy of all of your favorite shows and movies until I was almost 30 years old, and I realized, I said, wait a minute. You can't get a lot of this stuff anymore. If you don't have it, you might not be able to get it much longer. A lot of stores, retail stores, are phasing out physical media sections.
And think about all the stuff that's happened since COVID too, in terms of stuff as kids. Like we would collect per se baseball cards or trading cards like that. It was never as big as it is today in terms of resale value. It's insane what it is now.
Yeah, I think
you would just collect those as kids, and that's it.
I think this generation, and I would be very well aware, the generation of the side hustle. 2 on for Jaden Waterman as the conversation from Molloy breaks up with Green still in the game. His first pitch swung on and missed by Waterman, 0-1. Jaden 0 for 1 at the plate, has drawn a walk. An extra base hit could tie the game. And there's a grounder to third, played on the backhand. Franco goes to third and will not make a throw. Now Romance at second.
I think I don't think he knew if it was a fair ball or not.
Oh, Romance was jogging down to second. And if they noticed immediately, they might have thrown him out.
The catcher, number 19, J.J. Hunter.
I'm pretty sure he thought that was a foul ball for a second. If not for hustling at the very last second. But you're right, Joe. They could have had him.
he just stopped.
Yeah.
Like you said, Nick, I think you're right. He thought it was foul. I mean, from our perspective, you really can't understand why, but when you're looking at it from his angle, perhaps you could have mistook that for a foul ball. J.J. Hunter at the plate, hits one a mile high in foul ground, and the Lions will run out of room.
Just took a look over in Sparkill now. 3-0 lead for Stack in the bottom of the 4th inning.
Dolphins have not scored against Stack in today's doubleheader. Did they score last time? Did they get one, or did they not score at all? They got one. I think they got one. I think they got one. There's a checked swing by Hunter. He takes a strike. Count now 1-2.
They got 2.
They got 2. And Hunter hits one in the air to straightaway right. Should be an easy play for Mulqueen, and he has it to retire the side. Dolphins strand a pair on base, and we head to the 6th. Molloy leading by a pair. John Franco will lead off for Molloy in the top half of the 6th inning. Lions lead the Dolphins 6-4. Ryan Fiore back to the bump for CSI and nearly hit Franco with that pitch. The 1-0. On the outside corner for a called strike, 1-1.
Yeah, Fiore, since coming in, has been really efficient. Had to come into a spot where there was a runner on third, nobody out initially, and got out of it without giving up the run. Then a 1-2-3 5th inning. The Dolphins, in the meantime, now made this a 2-run game, so there's still some life for this team.
Dolphins very much in this. and need Fiore to continue what has been a very strong effort thus far. He's faced 6 batters, and he's induced 6 groundouts as that's hit to right field. Kehoe had to chase that one in. The wind knocked it down, but he's able to make the play.
That's the first flyout.
Yeah, I was a bit
First
shocked.
baseman, number 15, Sean Welsh.
Got a look at his line and saw a 6 in that GO column, and there's one for the fly column. Sean Welsh, the batter here. Welsh 0 for 1, has walked twice. That's taken up and away, and we mentioned for Alex Martinez earlier, very likely his last outing as a Dolphin. Same goes for Fiore here. That's taken low, 2-0. In for strike 2 and 1. Two one. Crushed foul. That's right about where I had to hop the fence to get out of here last time. We parked behind the left field wall, not realizing there was a parking lot for the complex right around the corner. And I had to hop the fence, climb through the trees, and get to my car.
He had a very extensive walk
Sure did.
to start the day.
We sure did. Has that one. Sails behind Welsh into the backstop, 3-2. They're in the top of the 5th in Sparkhill. Dolphins still without a run. It's 3-0.
Gotta say, I love the black with the blue lettering jerseys.
That one hit in the air. Shallow left. Waterman racing in, and he makes the catch. He lost the hat, secured the baseball. 2 away.
The right fielder, number 26, Steve Mulqueen.
That'll bring up Steve Mulqueen.
Well, it's never a Dolphin game if not one of the outfielders are losing their hats in the process of making a catch.
I wonder why that is. I think when you get a fitted hat, you have to order up a size. A fitted that's too tight is awful. As Bardick makes a nice diving stop. And a perfect throw to first is in time to get Mulqueen.
Well, that wasn't awful. That was spectacular.
Brandon Bardick with a diving stop and a picture-perfect throw as Mulqueen is retired to end the road 6th inning. Dolphins still trail by a pair as they come to bat in the bottom half. Our score, Molloy 6 and Staten Island 4. Michael Flashner will lead off the bottom half of the 6th inning for the Dolphins. New pitcher, Gabe Clarikakis, on for Molloy. And he misses outside for ball 1. Flashner 1 for 1. Bunted for a hit. Officially not credited with an RBI, but an errant throw induced by the bunt allowed 2 to score. And now he's ahead 2-0.
For Clarikakis, this is his 6th appearance of the year. Just small work so far in the season. 4 1/3 innings pitched, 7 hits, 3 runs. All those earned, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts.
Flashner shows bunt and pulls it back. Is there a chance, Nick?
No, not this time.
Not this time.
Now with 6 outs left in the game.
Against a righty as well. You got to keep that in mind. I think that's the big reason why they were so aggressive on the bunts against a left-handed pitcher in both games.
Yeah, not often have we seen back-to-back games where, back-to-back lefties start the game.
How's this for a trivia question? Who is the last left-handed pitcher to start a game for the Dolphins?
Was I there?
I don't know the answer.
The designated hitter, number 4, Chris Riley.
As soon as I thought because you posed the question.
I think I might know it, but even perhaps knowing it, I could still be wrong. You know what? I think Pat's right. I think it's Jack Kehoe. He did start a game.
Kehoe, yeah.
He doesn't have to be a starter. He started the game. God bless.
He did.
All right,
I think he started a game.
All right, before Kehoe.
Before Kehoe.
New true. Before, what is it, April?
Pat's just the best. He did start a game.
I feel like I remember calling that game. Did we call that game?
I think we did. He started. Did he start a game in Flushing?
This year you're talking about?
Yeah,
I don't think he started a game this year.
he did. He did. He did start one. I think. Did he close game 1 and start game 2?
I'll tell you.
Yeah, tell me what game he started. I don't know if it'll say. Meanwhile, Chris Riley sends one down the line, just foul, and
Very dangerous right there.
that was very close. That could have been big trouble for the Lions. It doesn't say which one he started, right?
Yeah. I'm going to look at the stat game because he threw 71 pitches in that game. I think that would be the start.
I think it's
This one.
it's-
Because he threw 71 in that
right.
game.
We covered that game. We covered that game. He did start that game. We should have known that. That's bad.
Actually, no. You covered that
I
game.
covered it. Okay. Okay.
You're trying to throw me with you on that.
Well,
Yes,
technically, we are Sportsnet.
but I was not there.
All right, before Kehoe, last Dolphins lefty to start a game.
Now that's where it gets interesting. Ooh.
Riley hit by the pitch. Now, Dolphins haven't had that many lefties.
That's why I'm trying to figure out.
The third baseman, number 9, Vincent Weigel.
Meanwhile, don't look now, Joe, but the Dolphins bring the go-ahead runner to the plate in Vincent Weigel.
The way this season has gone, Weigel is among the hitters you'd want at the plate in this spot. He has come through with men on base. We mentioned it. RBIs per base hit for him, up there with the best. And he's showing bunt.
Well, you could see why. If you get the bunt down, it's a good one. You put both runners in scoring position, but it's tough because Weigel's been one of your top RBI hitters in the season.
Well, you have great speed on the bases, but Clarikakis has to throw a strike first.
Yeah, I mentioned he hasn't had much work this season, so it's going to be by far his biggest outing of the year right here.
Are you taking the bunt off here?
No.
Look how far in. Man. I mean,
Welsh
was within 5 feet of the batter's box. And if you bunt at Welsh, you're going to bunt it to a double play.
Weigel might as well just lay down the bunt
And
sign right now.
But he's got to bunt it toward third here. They're not nearly as far in over there. And instead, he does not see a strike. Well, that is a very interesting turn of events. First, the bunt, and then 4 misses straight.
The shortstop, 0, Brandon Bardick.
The Lions were gathering around the mound there as if they were waiting for a pitching change that wasn't coming. It's going to be a conversation at the hill here. But the Dolphins now have a chance to tie this game with a base hit, or perhaps go ahead if they can find a gap. Meanwhile, I think we had a foul ball from the other field, or was that out of the Lions' dugout?
I think that was out of the dugout.
It looked like it. It rolled right behind Bardick and straight to the other side.
Yes, I would tend to think it's that, the latter half. Otherwise, we don't want the second half or the first half of that to happen. That would take a interesting trajectory to get to this field.
Big at-bat here for Bardick. He's 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. Can make that a distant memory with a base hit in this spot. Bases loaded and nobody out for the Dolphins here in the 6th. First pitch breaking ball in for a strike, 0-1. The 0-1. Another breaking ball locked him up, 0-2.
Be a huge strikeout, especially with the Dolphins having the top of the lineup right up on deck. So big 0-2 pitch upcoming here.
The 0-2. Fouled off. Came at him with the fastball there.
Wonder if he would go back to the breaking ball, maybe on the outside corner to try to force him to chase.
After a couple of walks, they didn't even think about a waste pitch. He went right after him on 0-2. And Bardick looks at strike 3. That one hurts if you're the Dolphins, as Bardick goes down looking for the first out.
And now you're a double play ball away from getting out of the inning. To be a tough double play ball.
Well, you got to remember, force at the plate as well.
That's all. Yeah.
The center fielder, number 11, Jamil Vera.
With Vera's speed, it'd be very tough to turn it either way, but you do have that force at the plate.
On a ground ball to a corner infielder, do you even try it?
I think you go home.
I agree. And it looks like we're getting a pitching change here.
Maybe a lefty coming on the
I
mound.
was about to say, how many more lefties do they have?
They definitely have a couple. I can tell you that.
It's going to be a pitching change for Molloy, and we will head to break. Dolphins have the bases loaded, 1 out, and leadoff hitter Jamil Vera comes to the plate. And we're back from Uniondale with Nick and I having done some digging during the break. And shame on us, Nick. First, we forgot that Jack Kehoe started a game earlier this year. Easy to forget as he's the closer, but he did throw 71 pitches in a 3-inning outing that I covered in Pomona. However, we also had a lefty starter last year. Michael Santoriello started multiple games, if I'm not mistaken, and you called his best.
Well, remember that game against Bloomfield, he came in relief of that game.
Okay, didn't start it?
I think the next game he started, if I'm
Okay.
not mistaken. That was against Mercy.
How many games did he start last year?
Tell you right now.
You check on that, and I'll let you know that Jamel Vera is behind 0-1.
He started just one game.
Okay. And that gets away to the backstop. Here comes Flashner, and he's in to score. The Dolphins now within a run, and the go-ahead run moves into scoring position at second. On to third goes Riley. The infield is in for Molloy, and a base hit. Likely to give the Dolphins the lead as that lands just foul.
Inches away right there. The Dolphins taking their first lead.
So close. The count on Vera 1-2. A fly ball would tie this game. And Vera sends one back up the middle for a base hit. In to score is Riley. Here comes Weigel. And the Dolphins go in front 7-6 with one out in the home sixth inning.
Well, Joe, you knew eventually Vera was going to deliver at some point here today. It's been an up and down day for him so far, but he comes up with the biggest at bat of these two games. A 2 RBI single up the middle. The Dolphins, for the first time, have the lead.
Right fielder, number 38, Jack Kehoe.
A big-time clutch hit for Jamel Vera puts the Dolphins in the lead. As Jack Kehoe bounces one to first, Welsh will step on the bag, and Vera will move up to second. 2 gone now, and a big insurance run stands in scoring position.
The first baseman, number 44, Jason Romance.
And kind of ironic now that the Dolphins now in a save situation. We'll probably see Jack Kehoe in the next half inning.
Certainly a possibility, but I think he may have gone multiple innings yesterday, Nick, and if that's the case, I'm not sure he pitches. There's only one more tomorrow. How many innings did he go? Well, you had it right in front of you.
No, I made it more difficult.
Extra clicks.
3
and a third. Well, technically, our SID was not right. She said 3. It was 3 and a third. I'm just doing what would have been done to me.
That pesky first out of that 4th inning.
And that one gets by to the backstop. That was some bounce. Meanwhile, I don't think we ever mentioned that Thomas Charwood was the new pitcher.
Didn't really get a chance to.
We were giving our history lesson.
Yeah. Charwood, this is his 12th appearance of the year. He's gotten 5 starts on the season, so they have seen him in a starting role and in a relief appearance. Pitched 35 innings, 27 hits, 19 runs, 15 earned, 15 walks, 23 strikeouts.
And Romance takes a strike, 2-2. Let me know if you're in agreement, Nick. I think if you're the Dolphins, you send Fiore back out there, no?
I would.
It would be his 4th inning, but he's given up nothing. And Romance takes a called strike 3. Vera stranded at third, but the Dolphins go in front by a run. 3 home in the inning, and Staten Island leads Molloy 7-6. The Lions come to bat down to their final 3 outs when we return for the 7th. And we are back for the 7th inning with the Dolphins 3 outs away from a split of today's ECC doubleheader against Molloy. The Lions will send 5, 6, and 7 to the plate. Emhoff, Coogan, and Valerio due up. And Ryan Fiore is back out there for the Dolphins. He has pitched 3 scoreless no-hit innings. Is that considered a jinx, Nick?
No, well, let's see how the inning goes, I guess.
Let's see how it goes. Fair enough.
Let's see how it goes.
Fair enough. And he's quickly behind 2-0 on Emhoff.
Speaking of no-hitters, there was a no-hitter from Caldwell not too long ago. I think about a couple of days ago. They had a 7-inning no-hitter.
You must have been on social media seeing that?
I saw that on Instagram.
Okay. Wouldn't know.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. 2-0. Fouled away.
I forgot exactly who threw it. Should remember that part at least, but
It was one pitcher?
it was one. Could probably find it. The funny part was I don't know how it came up on my feed because
You probably called a Caldwell game. Meta was listening to you speak, and before you know it, there it is.
I did call a Caldwell game. That was 2 years ago, I believe.
They've been listening for 2 years.
I guess so.
Yeah, it's really out of control. You speak about something, all of a sudden it's on your For You page. I always ask, you sure you got the right guy? 3-1 the count on Emhoff, and he draws a walk. Jack Coogan to the plate now.
The designated hitter, number 8, Jack Coogan.
Dolphins will talk things over at the mound. We'll see if they go to the bullpen here. Mike Morrow is in the middle of that conversation, but I'd say it's unlikely that they make a change here. Do you expect the Lions to bunt?
Not with Coogan at the plate.
I'm inclined to agree with you. Coogan 0 for 3 here in game 2, so take that for what it's worth. First pitch, and he's showing bunt. I'm not too surprised, but I was leaning toward what you were saying, Nick. And Hunter able to keep that in front of him. That's a big block.
Yeah, those last two have missed on the outside corner very widely, but you mentioned Hunter just keeping it in front to hold that runner.
And they'll check on the runner at first. Emhoff over there, and I see you digging for that no-hitter, Nick.
Yeah, it was a perfect game, correction.
Perfect game.
7-inning perfect game.
Okay.
Jonathan Gambone.
I was going to say we need a name.
I was trying to get the name.
Okay. I think we covered one of his outings against
I think
the Dolphins earlier this year.
I think so.
I think he pitched when we covered CSI versus Caldwell at Columbia. Count 3-0 here on Coogan, and he takes a strike.
And you did indeed. You threw 4 1/3 in that game.
All right, my memory's not completely cooked.
Yeah. Not completely cooked.
It's only a bit seared.
Sure.
A slight char.
Sure.
And the 3-1 misses outside for ball 4. That's back-to-back walks to open the inning.
And that's going to be all for Fiore.
The big question now is who comes in. Kehoe's not going to pitch. So before the new pitcher is revealed, who would you suspect? How many innings did Aiden Keelty pitch yesterday? I could see that.
Well, he's coming out, so.
Oh, don't I know? Don't I know the Dolphins?
Of course.
Yeah. So,
To answer your question, his last appearance was on the 30th.
he
threw
didn't
2
pitch
thirds.
yesterday.
Right.
Why did I think he pitched yesterday? Yesterday was the 30th. Okay.
Yeah.
He did.
Do
Well,
2/3 of an inning. In that
We're a
spot.
bit discombobulated. So let's go to break,
Yes.
regroup, and when we come back, Aiden Keelty takes over for the Dolphins. Molloy now has the go-ahead run on first, the tying run in scoring position, and nobody out here in the 7th. Jack Valerio to the plate for Molloy with the go-ahead run at first, the tying run at second, and nobody out here in the 7th. First pitch from Aiden Keelty upstairs, ball 1.
And I was just going to make the point. Look at where the corner infielders are right now for the Dolphins. They are heavily expecting the bunt. Bunt was shown on that first pitch.
And the 1-0 is in for a called strike, 1-1.
Also, sorry, long conversation during that break, too.
We did. Mike Morrow and the home plate umpire were engaged in a lengthy exchange that spanned almost the entire warm-up of Keelty as that's bunted toward the mound. Hunter couldn't scoop it with the bare hand, and the bases are loaded. Looked like a bit of miscommunication there, Nick, but Keelty had no play on that ball.
Yeah, I think Hunter for sure thought he was going to play that one.
Yep, he did. I just don't think he had a chance.
I don't think he did either.
The catcher, number 34, Jeremy Taggart.
That will bring up Jeremy Taggart. Dolphins are the home team. No matter what, they will get a chance to bat in the bottom half, but Molloy now threatening to take the lead. Dolphins will concede a run for a chance at a double play, as that's taken high by Taggart, ball 1.
Meanwhile, Spark Hill Joe, Dolphins in that game down to their final 2 outs. They trail 4-1.
So once again, that would make it now 3 straight years. It appears softball is headed for a final day of the regular season that will decide whether or not they make the playoffs.
And they'll have 2 chances to do so.
They need a win or a Molloy loss. They'll have 2 chances to win. Molloy will need to win both of theirs, so 2 opportunities for the Dolphins to clinch with the Lions' loss as well. The 1-1 is fouled back. It's now 1-2.
Wonder if you do pitcher and pitcher tomorrow with that. Do you
Well,
dare?
we're going to try. The problem is I don't know
With the
if the
Wi-Fi?
video stream would be supported. I'd say it's probably best not to.
Probably not.
Probably not.
It's worth a thought.
We tried it last time. It failed miserably. And the 1-2 is in there for a called strike 3. Taggart goes down looking. And the Dolphins stay in front by a run. The bases are still loaded. And it looks like Sean Serrano is going to be pinch hit for in this spot.
It's Brian Sanchez.
Now
Tough
pitching
out.
for the Lions, number 21, Brian Sanchez.
How about that strikeout for Kilty? But
Big time.
you saw at the very tail end, Taggart was not happy about
No.
that strike 3 call on the outside.
Sanchez takes high for ball 1. Well, Aiden Kilty, another Dolphin who has worked both as a starter and a reliever and could very well be pitching in his last game.
Double play ball could end it too.
That's hit in the air, shallow left center. Who's got it? And no advance. Throw cut off by Weigel, and the Dolphins are an out away.
Yeah, we saw Emhoff did not want to test the cannon out in left field. Big throw.
That's McLaughlin out there. I had to check my defensive alignment. From this distance, I was not sure who was out there.
Not certain.
I knew it wasn't Waterman.
Shortstop, number 6, Mike Sweeney.
I wanted to see if perhaps they put Riley out there. They did not.
That'd be tough because you lose the DH.
If you move the DH into the field, you do lose the DH?
Yeah.
Makes sense.
That used to be the rule in Major League Baseball. So
Yeah,
would
I
assume
think it
it's
is
the
the
same.
rule. I should know that, but it's not often you see it. So
Right.
Dolphins now 1 out away from closing out a win over the Lions. It's left to Mike Sweeney. He's ahead 1-0. The base is still loaded and 2 out. And Nick, if there's one thing you cannot stomach, it's a ball to the backstop.
Yeah, especially with 2 outs that left in this game. And, we saw Fiore get out of a big spot earlier in this game. Kilty out away from doing the same.
And the 2-0 is in for a called strike, 2-1. That's a pitch you had to have.
Especially with the top of the lineup. Big spot here now. 2-1 for Kilty against Sweeney.
Still a big pitch here, the 2-1. Fouled away. Molloy now down to their final strike. Dolphins looking for their first win against the Lions this year. Kilty comes set. The 2-2 pitch. Bounce to short. Bardick goes the short way to second, and the Dolphins win it. Aiden Kilty inherits a massive jam and picks up the save as the Dolphins close out Molloy and win 7-6.
And if that is indeed Aiden Kilty's final performance as a Dolphin, what a performance it was.
No question about it, Nick. You can't ask for much more.
The final score of today's game 2, your CSI Dolphins 7 and the Molloy University Lions 6. The Dolphins will conclude their regular season against Molloy tomorrow afternoon. Thank you for joining us here on Long Island, and drive home safely.
Well, Joe, going back to this game, an incredible job by the Dolphins bullpen. Ryan Fiore, not only he had to inherit a spot where it was a runner on third, nobody out. He got out of that one pretty quickly, gave the Dolphins some trouble here in the 7th. But how about Aiden Kilty? Bases loaded, nobody out. He gets a strikeout, a fly ball into left shallow field, and then he gets that ground ball to short to end it. A great job. And the Dolphins pick up a really big win here against a Lions team that we already talked about earlier today, a team that is coming off back-to-back championships, looking for a three-peat this season. Both teams, of course, have nothing to play for, but they put up a really, really strong performance here in the second game of today's doubleheader.
Quite the show for our last baseball broadcast of the 2026 regular season. As always, it's been a blast. And for the Dolphins, it is a win in our final broadcast of the year here on Sportsnet for Baseball. Dolphins knock off the Lions 7-6, their first win against Molloy this year, and their first win against the Lions since last season as well. They, I believe, won the first game last year. Don't quote me on that, Nick. But they did take one from Molloy last season. Nonetheless, the Dolphins are winners 7-6 here in Uniondale. They wrap up their series right back here at the Mitchell Athletic Complex tomorrow at noon. But, Nick, for you and I, our regular season of broadcasts concludes tomorrow at softball. The Dolphins are down to their final out in Spark Hill, still battling. They trail 4-1. If they do not come back and win that game, the Dolphins will have their playoff fate hanging in the balance as they take the field tomorrow. They need either one win or one Molloy loss in softball to clinch a playoff spot. Of course, we'll have all of the information up to the minute for you tomorrow regarding the scores of the Molloy game. And, of course, we'll have the broadcast of the Dolphins game. Meanwhile, they have gone final in Spark Hill. The Dolphins lose 4-1. Plenty on the line when we come on the air tomorrow. Softball takes on Mercy University at the CSI Softball Complex. If you can't make it there, be sure to join us here on CSI Sportsnet. But until then, everyone, thanks for watching today's baseball broadcast and enjoy the rest of your Friday night.